Welcome everybody to our February 28th, 2022 regular council meeting. I'd like to just starting by respectfully acknowledging on the land on which we gather is the unceded traditional territory of the Comox First Nations, the peoples who've been looking after these lands for time immemorial. With this, I'm going to pass over to Councillor Hillian.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to acknowledge that our friends and neighbors at Comox First Nation have experienced a very significant loss this weekend with the passing of Fran Prince. Fran had worked with the nation since 2005, and she'd served as their treaty coordinator since 2007. And that was the primary context in which I knew Fran, being the region's representative to that main treaty table. Fran was a lovely, lovely person, very kind, very gentle, and a tireless worker on behalf of her people. And her loss is a very significant one for the Comox people. And I know that all of council and our citizens in Courtenay will join in expressing our condolences and acknowledging the loss that our Comox people have suffered this week. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hillian, for that acknowledgement. Fran was just an amazing person. Tonight's going to be a little bit different. I'm going to start with a statement on Russia's attack on the Ukraine. The city of Courtenay is deeply concerned about Russia's unprovoked, unconscionable, and unacceptable attacks on the Ukraine. As Russian forces are attacking the Ukraine, killing innocent citizens and disrupting lives, we stand in solidarity and strength with our local Ukrainian community and the people from and of the Ukraine. We join the Prime Minister, Premier John Horgan, and other local governments in condemning and calling for the immediate end to this illegal and unjust war. And we echo the international community's calls for de-escalation and an immediate resolution. Although we are physically far away from the conflict, we're not without power, and there are things that we can do to help the people of the Ukraine. The Government of Canada is matching donations from Canadians to the Canadian Red Cross in response to the humanitarian crisis in Ukraine, up to $10 million. The Canadian Ukraine Foundation is raising money on GoFundMe and is encouraging people to use the hashtag #HelpUkraineNow on social media. And as of Thursday, the organization had raised more than $1.25 million to help Ukrainian families displaced by the bombing. The Ukrainian Canadian Congress also accepts donations to its website at ucc.ca. And the charitable foundation Voices of Children helps children affected by the war in Eastern Ukraine, and you can donate at voices.org.ua. On Facebook, United Help Ukraine is seeking for donations for medical aid and humanitarian relief on the front lines. We will add this information to the homepage of the city's website for those who may be interested in learning about ways that we can help those displaced by Russia's aggression and what is anticipated to be the largest humanitarian crisis of this century. In addition, this Saturday at 1 o'clock at Marina Park, there's going to be a Comox Valley in solidarity with Ukraine event, and I encourage everybody who wants to attend that event. All right, with that, we'll start our regular agenda with our minutes from February 14th. Excellent. Been moved and seconded. Are there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, unless anybody's opposed, I will accept them as unanimously received. And next, we have introduction of late items, and we do have one late item, which is a letter from Comox First Nation regarding the Comox Guardian Watchman program. Is there any objection to adding the letter to the agenda as item 5.4? Seeing no objection, we will do that, and I appreciate you accepting that last minute item. And moving along with item 3.1, the noise bylaw with Jonathan Whitley as a delegation. And Jonathan, I believe you are with us and you have 10 minutes to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Very well.
Sorry?
I can hear you very well.
Okay, good. Hi, and thanks everybody for having me. I'll try to make this brief. And I basically have a brief description of what I'm talking about, and then I have 3 questions. So my concerns, and when I say my concerns, I should expand on that as well. I live at 430 5th Street. So I'm at the corner of England and 5th, and I live in a building with, I think, 20 other units. So when I refer to it as me or we, it's all one and the same at this point, a loosely knit group of concerned citizens. And what we're concerned about is this street cleaning at 5:30, starting sometimes at 5:30 in the morning. It's usually twice a week, Mondays and Fridays, or it was last year. And it's extremely disruptive, and it's really affected our quality of life, really. Now, I can understand if you first hear this, you might think, well, A, we have noise bylaws already, and B, how bad could it be? It's just a loud truck driving by your driveway. But just to give it to give you a better feel for it, where I live, the street sweeper takes 7 different passes within 16 meters of my window. And the reason I say 16 meters, or I bring up that number, is because at 107 decibels, the noise range isn't reduced until you hit 16 meters. So within my window, 7 different passes, this machine drives by twice a week at 5:30 in the morning sometimes. And it's loud. And what's worse is, prior to that, it's the same guy who drives the machine as who works the leaf blower. So prior to that, the leaf blower comes out, the gas-powered leaf blower, and that clocks in at 112 decibels. And that goes right on the sidewalk. So that's literally right beside our window. I mean, we're above it, but it's literally right there. And as I'm sure you know, Vancouver, West Vancouver banned them 20 years ago. The city of Vancouver banning them in 2024. Victoria is banning them in 2023. It's on the table in Saanich. The entire state of California has banned the sale of them. It's not just noise, it's also air pollution as well. My research tells me that 1 hour with this machine is equal to 1,700 kilometers in a regularly controlled emission car. I've also done the research, and I found out that 107 and 112 decibels is comparable to a nightclub, a monster truck rally, and a jackhammer. Those are sort of the 3 of them that stood out in my mind. There's also a garbage pickup well before 7 o'clock in the morning too, and I'm concerned, and that would be the 3rd on the list of concerns. The reverse backup alarm clocks in at 107 decibels on that one. So I called City Hall last summer, and they said there was that they were exempt from a noise bylaw, and I looked it up, and sure enough, you guys are exempt from the noise bylaw. Then I called around at City Hall, and I wound up talking to a guy named Gary Bogowski at the Department of Transport. And I basically wanted to find out why 5:30? Why is it so necessary to do it at 5:30? And he said there were 2 reasons. One of them was because they need to do it before the parking spots are full. And the other, and then I said, well, that doesn't really make sense, because the parking spots are empty at 5:30 in the morning. They're empty at 6:30 in the morning. They're empty at 7:30 in the morning. They're empty at 8:30 in the morning. Like, retail doesn't open until 10 or 11. So the parking spots are open. With the exception of the donut shop, there's nobody on the street until 8:30, 9:30 at the very earliest. And then the spots aren't really full until 10. And that's if they fill it all. So that there's no validity to the parking thing, as opposed to the 5:30 start, as opposed to the 7 o'clock start. And the safety issue is the same. There's no, it's it's not a valid reason. It has no merit. There's no evidence. The streets are empty. It's a sleepy town at 5:30 in the morning. It's a sleepy town at 7 o'clock in the morning. But if we could just sleep until 7 o'clock, we'd be a lot happier. So I clocked the whole process to take between about 43 and 48 minutes. So if the street cleaner was to start at 7, he would be done by 8 with plenty of time. He could stop for coffee and have a donut. So I emailed City Hall 4 different times in September, October, and November of last year, and I didn't get any response. A friend of mine's a counselor in Cumberland, and I showed him my emails, and he said, "There's no reason. There's no reason that you couldn't have some kind of response." But nothing came. So I booked this meeting in front of City Hall, and I thought it'd be great if I could, voice not just my opinion, but the opinion of a sizable number of people who don't really deserve to lose 3 hours of sleep a week for 6 months a year, which is what it adds up to. That's a lot. That's 72 hours a year we lose in sleep. And it's unfair. It's unnecessary. So I basically want to leave you with 3 questions. And actually, now that I think about it, I think there might be a 4th. But the first question is why? Why 5:30? Why 6? Why 6:30? Why can't you start at 7? The second question is, what is the internal process? I'm trying to figure it out for myself and my neighbors. What is the internal process or guidelines does the city have within the framework of the already existing exemption? So we would know that an ambulance driver or an RCMP officer, they can't ride around at night with their horns ablazing. There would be guidelines for them when not to use it. So what are the city's guidelines on when and when not to use this exemption is my second question. And the third question is, what can we do to change this? What would be the process that I would have to, or we would have to go through in order to change the existing guidelines? And then my fourth question is, would anybody at City Council be willing to take the lead on this? And could I do any further correspondence with one person and not have to waste your valuable time at City Council? I think that's about all I have to say. I'm just thankful you guys gave me a chance to speak, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Excellent. Thanks very much for your presentation today. Really appreciate it. I do have Councillor Frisch. Just one second.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Mr. Whitley, for bringing it forward. As you may be aware, we don't usually consider the requests on the night of the delegation, so this will automatically come back at another meeting, so we'll have a chance to follow up on it. But I wanted to thank you for what's a fairly compelling argument. So yeah, they're fair questions, and of course, we're interested in hearing the other side from staff as to the answers to those questions. And 7 times does sound like a lot. I know that would upset me every morning. And there's probably a reason that we're accustomed to doing that downtown, because we didn't have anyone living down there up until recent years. So as we densify our downtown core, it might be something we have to look at more closely. So thanks very much for that, and really appreciate it.
Excellent. And one other thing that I know council talked to staff about years ago, and maybe again when it comes back to us, we'll get a little bit further clarification on where it is right now. But that was the electrification of our fleets, including things like blowers and stuff like that. And so that might be something that we'll get a bit of an update on, because I think that was one of your comments was it the gas blowers being banned in 2024? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, and well, they were banned 20 years ago in Vancouver, but in 2024, sorry, they were banned 20 years ago in West Vancouver, but in 2024, the city of Vancouver is banning them. And 2023 for Victoria, et cetera, et cetera. It's all over the country. It's all over the continent, really. You know what if I could just interject, what it sort of reminds me of is in this day and age, are you familiar with these things called coal rolling? where the pickup trucks fuse out the black smoke for effect and fun, I guess. It sort of reminds me of a pickup truck going up Fifth Street with one of these coal rollers. It's absurd.
Mhm. Okay, that has generated some more questions. Councillor Hillian.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for the presentation, sir. I concur with Councillor Frisch that this is something that we'll have to take a look at, but I just want to acknowledge that it's unfortunate that you have been frustrated in your attempts to get in touch and get some dialogue going on this. I don't recall receiving email from you on this issue. I don't know if you copied council or not, but generally we're pretty good at responding, at least one of us. So I would encourage you to, if you're corresponding with staff on an issue like this and don't feel that you're getting a response, to get directly in touch with the council, mayor and council, as many people do. And I can show you the.
If I could add to that, I just didn't want to bring up the name of who I emailed. I didn't.
Yeah, no
Water under the
problem.
bridge. I mean, I could tell you right now who I emailed and what dates and what times I emailed them.
No,
But
that's
water
fine.
under the- it's
That's
water under the
fine.
bridge.
Generally, our staff do an excellent job, but from time to time, people feel that they're running into a bureaucratic response, which is fairly normal, and it's quite appropriate to get directly in touch with council in that regard. That doesn't always result in total satisfaction either, I have to confess, but I want to encourage you to avail yourself of that should the need arise. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian. And next we have Councillor Morin.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I think some really great points have been brought up. I just wanted to mention that we did get an electric Zamboni at the Sports Center recently. Actually, I believe we got it before the Vancouver Canucks got theirs, which was kind of exciting. And some of the feedback that has been received is how quiet it is. So I think it's definitely something for us to look at down the road. Thanks.
Okay, I don't see any further questions or comments, but do again want to thank you for your presentation today. And as Councillor Hillian has said, it looks like you have a follow-up. Yeah, Jonathan?
I just wanted to know who I could follow up with.
Well, that's what I was going to say. So I'll give you a couple of email addresses. So if you can you can email myself at mayor@courtney.ca. Or the council at courtney.ca. Those are on our website. So if you go to the Courtney City website, those are there. And in fact, if you email me, you'll get a response that says, if I don't respond to you, please contact me by cell, because that's often a better way to get a hold of me in a shorter term.
Actually, Bob, that's actually what happened was, I got the automatic response. I sent 4 emails to you. It was to you that I sent the emails to. But I got the automatic response, and then I just didn't think I should call you on your cell phone. I thought that was just part of the automatic response. I thought that was just but next time I will. I'll call you on your cell phone.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there are days where I get way more emails and weeks and months, depending on what's happening. And it's not a great excuse. I do try to get through all my emails. But again, if you email council, then that actually gets to all of us. And that's something that we work on as a council to make sure that we're getting back to people as quickly as possible.
Sure.
And yeah, and I have no issues with that. That's what I'm here for.
I just want the problem solved. That's it. I don't want to point any fingers. We have our suspicions is because it's one guy, and he's the guy who drives the machine and uses the leaf blower. We just think he likes to start work early. That's what we think is going on.
All right. Well,
Anyway, I'll leave it in your hands, your good hands, and I'll wait and see what happens.
Yeah, fair enough. And if you get a response that says to call if nobody responds to you, please follow that instruction, because it's the best thing to do.
I will.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks again for your time today.
All right. Thanks, Bob.
All right. That's the delegation. And next we have downtown public washroom. If somebody would Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'll move that based on the February 28th, 2022 staff report entitled Downtown Public Washroom Access, Council approve option 1 and direct staff to implement a pilot program until December 31st, 2022 to extend the Herbaloo Downtown Public Washroom open hours to 24 hours, subject to an increase to 3 daily cleanings and 4 additional nightly security checks.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. And Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Council, this report provides an overview in response to Council direction to provide a 24-hour space in the downtown area for public washroom. The report is comprehensive and provides an overview of some of the best practices that we've gathered from other communities to ensure that this public service is safe and reliable. Mr. Rushton is here for any questions if you have. We propose and the staff report provides an overview of the financial considerations, and they've been accommodated in the financial plan that's going to be in front of you just for Council's reference.
All right, thanks very much. All right, with that, I'll go over to Councillor Hillian.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks to staff for the work involved in this report. I really appreciate it. I just wonder if we have any indication from staff of what sort of usage the facility is experiencing already. I have heard varying reports from different people. The one day I went there, it was locked, which I reported to staff. Fortunately, it wasn't a crisis situation. I just wanted to see what it looked like inside. But I know that we haven't finished the landscaping on the outside of it yet, and that some people have wondered what this strange looking building actually is. So I wonder if we have any way of monitoring the extent that it's used, and it's, I suppose, relevant to the 3 times a day cleaning and whether that in fact is necessary based on the usage that's occurring. Thanks.
Mr. Garbutt.
At this time, just given the timeline that we have in place, we don't have solid numbers on the individual usage. The information that we have, though, on the recommended cleaning structure is based on experience with that type of facility. Now, Mr. Rushton or Mr. Shaw might have some different information than I have.
Mr. Shaw. I see your picture, so.
There you go. Thank you. Through the mayor, or sorry, through the CAO to mayor and council. Thank you for the question, Councillor Hillian. I guess our experience thus far is pretty anecdotal, as much as yours or anyone else from the public perspective would be in terms of the actual usage of that facility. We don't have a specific number. There isn't a door counter to tell us how many times the door is opened or closed. And you're right, the facility is fairly new, so awareness will be a big part of that. And hopefully this new 24-hour access will bring more awareness and more opportunity for the facility to be used. And throughout this trial or throughout this pilot, staff will be able to monitor the usage of the facility and report back on the cleanliness and the requirements as we go forward in any future uses.
Thanks very much, and thanks once again for the report. I think it's a very sensible way to proceed to do it as on a pilot basis and just to see what the results are. Thanks once again.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian and Councillor McCullum.
Thanks. Yeah, just looking at the 2 different options on the report and just analyzing how much greater the expenses of proceeding with a 24-hour opening. And it's really hard for us or anyone to gauge what the need is between 12 to 6 a.m. But should we go with option 1, we are going to be having security checks and regular cleanings. And are we going to get some type of report back at the end of this trial period so we can decide whether or not that middle of the night opening is something that's being used and needed?
Thanks for your question through the CAO to the mayor and council. So as a pilot project, we're looking at factors to determine the continuation or the cancellation of the program at the end of the pilot period. So we're going to continue to monitor it for the remainder of 2022. Formal evaluations expected at the end of the year. It'll include an assessment of ongoing costs and reported benefits, the overall usage rates, any major service disruptions, as well as feedback from community partners and service providers.
That sounds great. And what I was hoping you would say, will we also have a sense of what kind of reporting we're getting back from those security checks? Because something that occurs to me is that, you know, we don't really have experience with having this type of facility downtown. And so we want to proceed with an abundance of caution, but you know, should we make it through this period of time with little incident, whether or not we would consider or have data on how much of a necessity there is with the security aspect versus the cleaning?
Yeah, and I would agree. I think it would be something we'd have to work with the security company to make sure that we are getting reported checks back and keeping track of not only usage, but any incidents that occur as we go. So we'll need to work pretty closely with the security company on that as well. An additional clean will be happening quite late into the night too. And it's we haven't determined that clean yet, who's going to be performing that clean, but part of that will be reporting back on any issues and service level.
Great, thanks for that information.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum, and Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I had a question a little bit on the similar lines of sort of what we will receive back at the end of the pilot period. And I think Mr. Shaw mentioned sort of a door counter, like something which would count the number of times the door opens, which strikes me as probably a useful mechanism to have, given that it's going to be, you know, small hours in the morning when there's very little going on in the street, and it'd be very difficult to otherwise sort of ascertain usage. Is that something that is being considered, so we can actually get some kind of hard data on usage at different points in the day, and then determine how much cleaning and other services are required? I think we do want to keep this open 24 hours, but it'd be useful to know just what the usage is at the end of the trial period, so that we can just refine our monitoring of it. So will there be some sort of means of acquiring definite metrics of usage?
Yeah, if I can, I'll just jump in there, Craig. I appreciate the question, Councillor. It was definitely something that I thought of as I was speaking to the question earlier, and I think it's a great opportunity for staff to look in and consider options that might be available for such items. I can't imagine that it wouldn't be something that we couldn't be able to facilitate fairly reasonably within the operational program for this facility, and I would agree that the feedback and the information gathering from that would be quite valuable. I will add this and to Craig's answer of the previous question in terms of metrics and reporting back from our security service. They do provide metrics for all interactions, whether they're positive or negative, what time those interactions occurred. And so staff do run a log in terms of all of those interfaces, and we'll be able to add those as well to the information that we gather.
Thanks, Councillor Cole Hamilton, and Councillor Morin.
Thanks, Mayor. Just related to the potential safety concerns that have been identified in other communities, it would be, I think, important to communicate with our community partners. I'm sure that's being done already downtown, the warming center, et cetera. Excuse me. And just in terms of those potential risks, risk of overdose or drug poisoning situations or physical sexual violence. Unfortunately, those things occur in many areas of the community, and I don't know if having this would make that more likely. I know that folks who are using substances tend to congregate because of the safety risk, and if you're someone who's going to choose to use alone, then there's a variety of places you might do that. So I think it is important to monitor the safety for sure, but I don't know if our community exactly matches maybe other communities, because we do have a presence in the downtown now with community services who are, trying to help out in that regard. Is that something that staff have done, is connect in with our community service partners to get their feedback on the facility during the day and just to check in about the potential nighttime use?
And Mr. Garbutt wanted to make a comment.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Councillor Moore. And we are a regular discussion with Coalition and CVTS. I would say right at this point, I think council is aware of some of the things that are happening. So we've focused on the approach that we've outlined now, but information that we have from communities such as Vernon is exactly the partnership you're talking about. And we will certainly pursue that. But right at this point, just with everything that's going on with all of the work that's happening, we can't commit on third parties for that. But that would certainly be the desire if we can do that.
Yeah, and follow up.
And I certainly don't mean to imply that we add more work to our community partners, but I'm just thinking if they are a presence down there, that just keeping them in the loop would be good for sure. And just in terms of outreach, et cetera, I just heard today that there's a new outreach team starting up downtown as well. So just keeping everyone in good communication, I think is a good thing to do. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Moore. And next we have Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks again, Mayor. And I'm just juggling the two options, option one and option two. And option two was to have Dawn till midnight, I guess. So closed from midnight till I believe it was 6 a.m. I'm wondering what would go on if we stick with option one and do the extra checks and cleanings. What would be happening between midnight and sort of dawn in terms of checks and cleaning and that sort of thing? Like, do we have any idea of what, if what those extra costs would be from going from option two to option one, and what would be happening in those hours to make up that cost and ensure that things were on the level there?
Greg, are you able to answer?
You bet. Through the CEO to the mayor and council, thanks for the question. The additional under 24-hour opening, the additional would be 4 extra security checks between 12 and dawn, as well as 1 additional cleaning that would happen closer to midnight. So that's the differential on costs that you'll see outlined there between the two options.
And a quick follow-up. So just to, I would assume then that's quite a few checks, and that's probably really wise, so that someone doesn't lock themselves in there and then it's unusable for anyone else. But it also would let us know how often it's being used, I guess, in some capacity. I wonder if we're able to find out how much it's being used before December. So say in a few months, if we could have some sort of numbers, like if we find out it's not getting used at all, obviously we're spending a lot of money for no good reason. So that's kind of a concern of mine.
Great point, and absolutely is my response. We'll, as Mr. Shaw mentioned, we'll be monitoring it as we go with the security company. So we should have opportunity to take a look at that data on a monthly basis.
Okay, good to hear. Thanks so much.
And Mr. Garbutt, you wanted to add?
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Frisch. We do think, though, that having a robust pilot is a good way to actually get an understanding. Things will ebb and flow in terms of use, et cetera. But having some information on an informal basis on usership, we can do that.
All right, and I don't see any further questions or comments, so we do have a motion on the floor. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that passes unanimously. Sorry for saying that it is a question. Next, we have Development Services and Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I can do this. So I'll move that based on the February 28th, 2022 staff report, development variance permit number 2105-3168 and 3330 Mission Road and 3231, 3289, 3311, and 3328 Klenawa Crescent. Council approved development variance permit number 2105.
All right, that's been moved and seconded, and I'll pass it over to staff if there's any comments.
Mr. Marshall's gonna come to the microphone.
All right. Mr. Marshall.
So I'm just here really to answer any questions. So if any of the council have questions about the variance, let me know.
Excellent. And I don't see any questions coming up just yet. So I think we are fully briefed on Councillor Frisch. Sure. Yeah. I think we've had discussions on this in the past. And for those that want to have more information, it is in the agenda that they can look online if they'd like to have more information. But thanks for coming to the microphone. With that being said, all those in favor? Any opposed? And that passes unanimously. And next we have 1810 Riverside Lane. And Councillor Hillian.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll move that based on the February 28th, 2022 staff report, development permit with variances number 2101, 1810 Riverside Lane, council direct staff to provide a public notice to adjacent property owners and occupants and request for feedback on development permit with variances number 2101, and that council make a decision on development permit with variances number 2101 at the March 14th, 2022 council meeting.
All right, that's been moved and seconded. And again, I think Mr. Marshall's here for any questions. If anybody has any, Councillor Hillian.
May as well make him do some work since he came all this far. Well, this is an interesting report because essentially what we have is quite a small lot and lots of concern from neighbors regarding traffic issues primarily, but also green space related to the variances. And it seems that some changes have been implemented by the proponent, and the intent here is to send notice of this out to the individuals in the neighborhood and find out what their response is. If you can confirm that I'm essentially getting it, and I'm just wondering if it's staff's view, the changes that have been made are substantive enough to make a difference to the feedback that was received. I know that the parking issue seems to have been addressed, but I don't know whether the other issues are going to make a lot of difference to the people who express concern.
All right. I believe you are seat 21. Look at that. Fantastic.
Yeah, thank you to worship to Councillor Hillian. Yeah, that this was a much a larger development to start with, and as a result of the concerns from the neighbors around the reduced parking or reduction in the parking requirements, as well as some of the setbacks and things, the design of the building and the footprint of the building was reduced. The number of parking spaces were matched with the number of units. So it now is providing the required parking. So I think that should address the parking concerns that were raised in a number of the different letters that came into the city. The setbacks are reductions that, and one of the comments that came in was concerned around safety and the fact that, you know, if you're too close to a side yard, then you know, there's going to be safety issues in terms of fires and things like that. Those are things that are dealt with at the building permit stage, and certainly if what the building inspectors do is ensure that if buildings are within a certain proximity of each other, that the new building will reduce the number of openings on the side wall. So you would not have doors and windows and things on that side, depending on the setbacks from the neighboring buildings. The neighboring, excuse me, the neighboring buildings are commercial in nature. So A lot of times larger setbacks are needed to get, further away from a residential neighbor. Not to say that the motel, people in the motel aren't, wouldn't be concerned, but, there's an office on the opposite side. So I think they've addressed many of the concerns that were raised by the community. So in my mind, it does sort of fit the property, and certainly we are wanting, the extra density in this area, both our existing and draft or upcoming official community plan. This is where we want our density and our growth, and so I'm certainly supportive of the development.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian. And next we have Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks again, Mayor, and thanks staff for the report. I don't see the variances as overly difficult to support. Definitely interested in hearing what other feedback comes from the community. I did have one thought about the bicycle storage, which I tend to bring up on most developments, in that it doesn't really offer any secure. It doesn't look like it offers any secure storage for bikes. It's kind of it looks like it's an open concept. And with that sort of design, if someone is to lock their bike up overnight, and it's worth anything, it could easily be stolen. So I think that's a bit of a missing piece, especially when we try and densify these areas. It's nice that we got them to put in the required parking, although I would have probably supported it with less parking in trade for, or even not in trade for better bicycle parking. So I don't know how to move forward on that particular issue, or if you have any thoughts on that, how we might convince the developer that it's worthwhile giving those residents a place to put a bicycle. Otherwise, I don't see a lot of space inside the units, which is common the way development is going in the downtown area. So it's going to be quite challenging for these people to store a bicycle, to ride, to do anything really.
Mr. Marshall.
Yeah, good points. And I think it's important to have secure bicycle parking, although even in our own secured bicycle parking at City Hall, somebody came in and cut up through the fencing and went in and stole a bike. So I'm not quite sure how secure it will need to be to be safe. I'm coming to this application very late in the game, and so I'm a little bit reluctant to make a lot of suggestions for changes, because I know previous staff have negotiated different changes to the building, and I certainly have my own concerns about some of the design and siting of things on the site. But like I say, I'm coming to this late in the game, so I'm kind of reluctant to provide my 2 bits, I guess. Because we are fairly far along. There has been a fair number of negotiations and changes and whatnot. So if we're starting fresh, I would certainly probably have some suggestions as to how to change the siting of things on the site.
Yeah, fair enough. And if I could have a follow-up about the setbacks. I don't know if it's possible for you to help me understand that, the setback variances, but I understand that what they're looking for is a reduction, and it would be sort of clear to the sky on their overhangs. And I wonder what that means if for the actual building itself. So if they didn't have as big of an overhang, would their setbacks fall closer to the required setbacks? You know what I mean?
Yeah, so the setbacks are taken. So if you've got the building, the overhang of the roof, the setback is from the edge of that overhang, not from the base of the wall.
Mhm.
So you're including the overhang in the setback requirement, reduced setback.
Okay, I was just wondering if we knew what the overhang was, or if it was significant, but maybe I'll just have to dig deeper into those pictures. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch. And Councillor McCullough.
Thanks. I think overall this development is a pretty reasonable proposal based on the location and the lot size. And it's clear from reading the comments from the neighborhood meeting that they've obviously done some pretty significant changes to get it to this phase. One question I had, I noticed in the commentary where people had raised concerns about the variance in building height. They referenced 10.6 meters, but in our staff report, it's 11.6 meters. And I'm wondering, did the building height change, or were they just referencing the wrong figure when they provided their comments?
Mr. Marshall.
Actually, Mr. Garbett has put up his hand, so.
I just did have a little bit of background on this prior to Chris's arrival. It may be that that was on the original concept. And so they went reduce the number of units. The variance is just for the projection for the elevator shaft at this point. So I would just offer that as background.
Okay, that was my other question, is that the edge of the roof line is within the 10 meters, and it's the 1.6 meters over is just from the elevator penthouse. Is that,
Yes, I believe so.
am I correct? Okay, thank you.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, just if you look at schedule number 1, site plan elevations, according to the drawing provided, I believe probably the closest point to the building is 5.9 meters, and then the overhang is ranges from 5 to 4 meters, just to Councillor Frisch's question.
And what page was that on?
I believe that is, for some reason, mine doesn't have the pages there, but it's schedule 1,
Okay.
which is 38, 39, probably 41, 45 or 46 in your agenda.
Okay.
But
All right.
I'm sure staff can report back just a little bit of detail to you on that, if I'm not correct.
All right. Thanks for that clarification, Mr. Garbett. Appreciate that. And moving along, we have Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'd agree. I think there seemed to be a fair number of changes made since the initial contact with the community, which seemed to address a number of the concerns that were raised. I had a question which wasn't actually raised, which is looking at on the site map on page 42, it appears that there are 3 EV chargers planned to be installed out of 14 spots. I'm just wondering, it looks like they're all along one side, the north side. I'm wondering if it's possible for the wiring to be roughed in on the other spots on that one side, 1 through 7, such that it would not be too onerous to then add further chargers as they become necessary. It seems that given the direction we're trying to take, probably 3 out of 14 is maybe not, is in my mind, perhaps not sufficient for, in the longer term.
Mr. Marshall.
Yeah, I can certainly make that suggestion when we get to the next stage.
Okay, and I don't see any further questions or comments on this particular item. So I'll take the vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that passes unanimously. And next we have the Willamar Avenue culvert. Councillor McCollum.
I'll move that based on the February 28th, 2022 staff report, Willamar Avenue Culvert at Morrison Creek, Council approve option 1 and direct staff to establish an operational program for the continuous structural monitoring of the Willamar Ave culvert. And that council directs staff to reopen the options analysis completed by McElhaney in 2020 to investigate implications of closing Willamar Avenue to vehicular traffic. And further, that Willamar Avenue remain open to all forms of transportation unless a monitoring report indicates a load restriction must be applied or a complete closure, road closure is required.
All right, that's been moved in second. Does staff want to speak to this, or you just want to see if there's questions? Mr. Garbett.
Thanks. I'll start, Mr. Mayor. This is, I think, some really good feedback that we had from council. I think this provides an opportunity to re-examine the issue, be very conscious of budget implications as well as risk analysis, and gives us some time to do some more communications. Staff are available for questions.
Excellent. And are there any questions? Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. And I just want to assure anybody who's listening in that we're talking about a very small section of Willamar. That's my question, really. What is our plan for notification to the public in relation to this? I wonder whether we would consider surveying the neighborhood at some point to get some sense of the traffic patterns down there and what the impacts might be. Will that be part of this investigation?
Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you. Through to Councillor Hillian. When the time comes, that would be it. At this point, we have a proposal to monitor and develop options. And having spent some time in the area, it's clear that if this road ended up being close to vehicle traffic, if that was the option that council authorized at the time, then we would develop that communications plan and come back in advance of any actions.
Yeah, fair enough. I've walked in the area, and it's a nice little section of our community, and I think there are all sorts of possibilities either way. So I appreciate that staff are being proactive, looking at both safety and budget issues in this report. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. All right, into financial services, our proposed general fund financial plan for 2022 to 2026. And Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks again, Mayor. I'll move that based on the February 28th, 2022 staff report, 2022 to 2026 general fund financial plan. Council approve option 1 and proceed with the recommended 2022 to 2026 general operating and capital financial plan, and direct staff to include the attached schedules in the 22 to 26 consolidated financial plan bylaw, and that council approves a 4.96% property tax increase for 2022.
All right, that's been moved and seconded. I'm going to pass it over to staff. We'll probably have a bit of a discussion just in case those numbers move one way or the other, but I'll pass it over to Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I just want to start by thanking you as well as staff. This budget that's being presented to you reflects some of the work that we did through our strategic planning process. It looks at our core business. It looks at strategic initiatives that we're going to head to, and provides a response to some of the emerging issues within the community. Ms. Berard is going to give an overview of the general budget, key budget drivers, and some of the underlying factors that have informed our presentation by division. Following Ms. Berard, and feel free, you can ask questions as we go along, but we'll start with Public Works Services through engineering, and will be outlined in the presentation. But I just really appreciate how much effort has gone into reflect both a conservative fiscal approach as well as core service management and asset management. So with that, if I could turn it over to Ms. Berard.
All right. Well, thank you. First, I'd like to thank everyone who helped with the 2022 budget preparation, including my colleagues Renata Wicca and Carl Sawkins. So I'll be now presenting the general operating and capital budget overview. And after this, every directors will be presenting their respective departmental budget. And I suggest council can save any questions specific to a department for the directors whenever they come for their presentation as well. So in the first time, we'll be discussing the general operating budget, including the external cost drivers, the police protection budget, the operating revenue, the gaming fund, and the transfers to reserves. And then we'll have a brief look at the general capital budget and its funding, the surplus balance, the impact on taxation, and the budget next steps. So the operational budget is a collaborative effort by all the departments. It aligns with the council strategic priorities and also focuses on asset management. The budget is built to maintain current level of service while incorporating efficiencies wherever possible. The 2022 budget is based on a return to a pre-pandemic service level, and this impacts mainly the recreation activities and the travel and training expenses. These slides present a summary of the general operating expenses. The detail by department and sub-department is available on Schedule 3 of page 178 of the agenda. The 2022 operating budget is just over 40.4 million, which represent a 4 million or 11% increase versus the 2021 budget. And each director will be speaking to the major changes in their specific budget. I just also want to mention that the contribution to reserve, the amount collected on behalf of other governments, and the debt payment are not included in those numbers. We'll be discussing the contribution to reserve in a few minutes, and the debt payment schedule is included on Schedule 6 of the report, which is presented on page 185 of the agenda. So now a quick overview of the external cost drivers. So our budget for personnel includes a 2% increase for the salary rate, wages and benefit, which amounts to about $333,000. There's an additional 5% increase included for public works services employees benefits, and that's to cover the increased use of sick days and also higher employer payroll deductions. We also accounted for the new paid sick days in 2022 that the province just implemented, and the increase in the BC minimum wages. And that's impacting mostly the employee not enrolled in our benefit program, mostly recreation employees, for a total of about $25,000. For the services, we have a significant increase included in the protective services for the RCMP contract, $636,000, and we'll be speaking to this in a few upcoming slides. Insurance cost is going up by about 12%, mostly due to the increased value of the city assets. Electricity budget is going up by about 32%. And then the other significant increase, we have the recreation program increase due to the increasing back to the pre-pandemic level by about just over $500,000. And we have a similar increase on the revenue side, so no overall impact. Our travel and training budget is back to the pre-COVID level. I have put down plus 100% because it was reduced by half last year. So that represents just over $100,000. And we all obviously included the budget for the 2022 election and new council orientation. And also there is also an increase for the library requisition, just about $60,000. And that takes the library requisition to $1.5 million. And that comes in and comes out. So there's no overall impact. So the total of our external cost drivers is just over $2 million, which is about 50% of our total variances in our general operating expenses. And just want to highlight the items, the amounts in blue adds up to the contractual and CPI amount for just about $1.3 million. All right. And now for the police protection budget. So as mentioned earlier, the RCMP contract is increasing by 11%, which equals to about 2.5% tax increase, a significant increase this year. And this is for the increase in RCMP members' wages and benefit. For the funding, in line with the prior year, we have $200,000 coming from prior year surplus, $270,000 coming from traffic fine revenue, and $405,000 coming from gaming revenue. The remainder, $7.1 million, is funded by general taxation. And now here's a summary of the general operating revenue budget. And it's just under, sorry, $47 million for 2022, an increase of $4.6 million. The key variances are for the taxation, $1.7 million, and that includes the increase in the tax increase for general and debt levy, also the library levy we already spoke about, and also the $500,000 for new construction. The revenue from own source, the fees and charges are going to be, the variance is going to be explained in the next slide. Transfer from reserves. Most of the funds were, mainly due to the COVID-19 Restart Fund. And most of the fund we received were used in 2020 and 2021. And there's a little bit left in 2022 that's going to be used towards the bylaw position. So that explained the decrease in the transfer from reserve. And then the transfer from reserve from future expenditure, the increase is mostly due to the 670,000 levied last year for the purchase of the fire truck. So we had that in the budget last year. That project's been carried forward to 2022. So that creates the increase here. And transfers from surplus. So the use of prior year surplus is increasing in comparison to 2021 budget. And we are using, as we are using more in 2022 to balance our budget. And now the key variances for the other revenues. So the fees and charges, we have the recreation revenue increasing at the same level of the expenses to the pre-COVID level. And then the building permits and applications going up by $100,000. On the other side, we have the fire department, which will no longer be servicing the Greater Merville Fire Protection Area, which leads to a reduction of $256,000. We have additional revenue for the solid waste collection, $371,000, and that was presented in December to council. And then we have also the return of the municipal and regional district tax, the MRDT, also known as the hotel tax, for $350,000. And we have the equivalent amount budgeted in the expense as well. Our revenue from investment have been reduced by $100,000 to account for a lower interest rate. And as mentioned before, we've included $140,000 from the COVID Restart Fund. That's the remaining portion that will go towards the new bylaw enforcement position. And here's the proposed gaming fund distribution matrix as included in the 2021-2025 financial plan. The only changes are in red. So we have the 2022 projected revenue reduced to $850,000 to be more conservative with the normal return to operation at the local casino. Part of the funding for the electric charging station is also carried forward to 2022. An additional $50,000 is included to fund the additional hours of service at the downtown washroom, and that was discussed earlier today. And if the project is successful, the funding will be revisited for 2023 and onward. And finally, staff proposes to use the gaming money to fund the infrastructure renewal contribution equivalent to a 0.5% tax increase for 2022. And now the transfers to reserve totaling just over $3.2 million. So the key changes for this year are an additional $25,000 for the New Works Capital Building Reserve, and the amount coming from the gaming for the infrastructure renewal reserve for $128,000. There's an additional $50,000 contributed to the machinery and equipment, and this is split 50-50 between the Public Works Equipment Reserve and the Fire Equipment Reserve. And also just want to point out the carbon offset is eliminated due to the discontinuation of the current project. The general capital budget is 11.2 million for 2022. Every directors will go over their own respective capital program, and you can also find a detailed capital project list in Schedule 4 of the agenda on page 180. And I also want to mention that the amounts for the project carried forward were adjusted based on the latest estimation for 2021 actuals. And this also impacts the reserve for future expenditure amounts, which is the amount taxed, or the amount of taxation levied in 2021 or before and to be used in 2022 or after. But there's no other changes to any other source of funding other than that adjustment. And here's a summary of the funding sources for the capital budget. So the key funding sources are the Community Building Fund, formerly known as the gas tax, so just over $2.2 million. We have also the reserve for future expenditure. Again, half of this is to fund the fire truck purchase. The reserves are also contributing for the purchase of the fire truck in the amount of 1.2 million. And the balance is going to a variety of different projects. And the funding from the federal and provincial grant funding in the amount of $2.5 million. I've got the list here on the side. There's 3 projects that are already approved. The 17th Street bike lanes, the 5th Street Bridge rehabilitation just about completed, and the 4th Street flexible parklet. The other projects are conditional to successful grant approval. And the funding source by project is also available on Schedule 5 of the report on page 183 of the agenda. So the 2022 budget includes the use of 2.7 million from prior year surplus with 200,000 to fund policing services. We also plan to use surpluses in 2023 and 2024, and then we start generating surpluses in 2025 and 2026. The reserve for future expenditures mainly used in 2022, and staff will be looking at reassigning the unused debt next time borrowing is considered as a funding source, likely in 2023. The projected reserve balance and the 5-year projected balance are available in Schedule 9 of the report as well. The 2022 budget includes a 4.4% increase for the general tax increase, 0.56% increase for the debt levy, and that while that increase for the general taxation is $1.1 million, and the debt levy is generating extra $147,000 for a total of 4.96%. And we also have the infrastructure levy here that is funded from gaming, so there's no increase there. And then we also have $500,000 of taxation revenue from new construction budgeted for 2022, and that was based on the information provided by BC Assessment in December, and will be revisited whenever that information is revised. So this table now shows the possible increase for an average residential property. Given the significant difference between the residential and commercial assets value increase between 2021 and 2022, two scenarios were presented here. One with no change to the commercial tax rate multiplier established at 3.5 for 2021. And this translates into a 12.5% increase for residential and a 7% decrease for commercial property. In the other scenario, the tax multiplier was adjusted to create a similar increase for both property classes. And it shows how the impact can vary depending on how council chooses to adjust the commercial tax multiplier for 2022. And staff will be bringing another report to council in April to discuss this once we have the we have received the latest assessed values from this assessment. And more details on those calculations are included in the report on page 170 of the agenda. And finally, the 2022 budget next steps. So staff will present the consolidated financial plan to council on March 14th. And the start of the public consultation will start on March 15th with the media release and the actual public consultation. On April 11, staff will report back to council on public feedback, and we'll also present the consolidated financial plan for 3 readings. We're hoping to bring the DCBIA budget and tax levy request and start the discussion on the tax multiplier. And on April 25th, the final adoption of consolidated financial plan bylaw. And we also hoping to present the 2022 tax rates for 3 bylaws, for 3 readings, sorry. And final adoption of the tax rate is scheduled for May 9th. And this is the sequence of the presentation by department here. So, any questions?
Councillor Hillian.
Thank you, Mayor. 2 initial questions, and I'm not sure that this comes up in any of the departmental presentations. So I just want to clarify for the record that the cost item for the CAO office, it's a fairly substantial amount in the budget, but I believe the majority of it is transfers from other departments. So I just wanted to ask staff to clarify that, please.
Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Councillor Hillian. We're just clarifying that it's not part of the corporate services budget any longer. So it's not an addition, but it's from the other parts of the budget.
Thanks. And staff will be aware that we've had controversy in the past about increasing positions, increasing our city staff complement. I wonder if we have any figures on how much this budget represents in terms of additional staff to our current complement.
Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you. Through to Councillor Hillian. Each director will talk about that specifically within their presentation, and we'll sum it up in the when we bring forward the consolidated budget.
Thanks. And finally, we've had some novel approaches to soliciting feedback from the community in the past. A budget tool that was online and that type of thing, which we no longer use. I'm just wondering if we have anything of an innovative nature planned for the public consultation aspect this year, and what sort of feedback staff might expect to receive, other than the obviously letters saying that taxes are too high, we should cut services, we should do this or do that. If we could just hear something about the plan and the expectations in that regard. Thanks.
And Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you. Again, through to Councillor Hillian. I'm not sure we would describe it as innovative or not, but we'll use a combination of outreach methods, including our social media, website, and press release with links to our website for information where people can provide that feedback. With respect to the types of feedback that we receive, been involved in this in a long time. You're going to get some of what you mentioned, but we also, as you've seen with some of our capital projects that are going through, there's some support for those investments. There's a real value seen by the services that we provide for people. And I think the way this budget has been presented, and you'll hear by department, it's really geared towards what residents have either received in the past or are looking forward in the future based on our strategic initiatives.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian and Councillor McCullough.
Thanks. Yeah, I just had a question about the $500,000 in additional tax revenue that's forecast for 2022 versus I believe the budgeted number in the last budget was 750,000. Do we know how close that $750,000 estimate was for last year, and whether it was over or under, and if that could change between now and when we receive our final numbers.
So last year we had effectively 750,000 in revenue from new construction, and that was based on the the completed role provided by BC Assessment that was released in December of 2020. So that was actual numbers. And then the completed role that came up in March, the numbers were a little lower than that. So we did not realize 750,000 of new construction. On this year, the $500,000 is based on the information available in December. And again, we'll be revisiting that number in March, which is often at that point a little too late to adjust our estimation. But that's all we've been adjusting in the past now.
Okay, great. Thanks for that. The other question I had, and I think I actually saw it in the slide, but I'll ask it anyway because it's good for clarity in the public, is how much revenue does the city receive for each percentage increase in taxation?
Do you mean like 1% tax increase is equivalent to about $250,000 additional revenue?
Could you, sorry, now I thought maybe it had changed the relationship over the last few years, but there is a slide that you presented that shows the 1% taxation levy that we're taking from gaming. And I thought it was higher than 250, but maybe I was looking at the wrong number. Oh, yeah, it's, sorry, in the gaming, it's 1% plus the 0.5. That's why it doesn't work out to the 250. Yeah, so just to underscore just how significant the increase to the RCMP contract is, if that was the only increase that we're looking at and we had no inflationary pressures, we'd be looking at almost 2.5%.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thanks for that.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum. And yeah, and to that point, over half of the increase is specifically just to policing costs increases. And those are just wages and benefits. I don't believe that's actual increase in policing personnel. So I don't see any further questions or comments. So I think we can move along. Next presentation, Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Our next presentation is going to be Mr. Shaw with Public Works Services. He has a few more slides than the other directors, given his scope of responsibility.
That's great. Thank you. Through the CAO to Mayor and Council, I'm pleased to present the 2022-2026 General Operating and Capital Budget for the Public Works Services Department. And as Mr. Garbutt pointed out, please bear with me as we go through about 16 slides here, but we'll get through it. Next slide, please. Public Works Services is made up of 5 divisions, including Transportation and Fleet Services, Parks Maintenance Services, Civic Property Maintenance, Asset Management and Technical Services, as well as Utility Maintenance Services, which includes water, sewer, and solid waste. The fundamental responsibility of the Public Works Service Department is the ongoing operation and maintenance of the city's in-service and facility assets, as well as the oversight of many contracted services. Next slide, please. The 2022 work plan and strategic priorities. Council may recall that some of these items were discussed and detailed through the water, sewer, and solid waste services budget presentations back in December. So I'll turn our focus to the more operational based projects. Those priorities are the cycling network plan update and development of an implementation strategy. In parallel to these works, staff will be moving forward with the 17th Street Corridor Improvement Project, the Lewis Center or Old Island Highway Corridor improvements, and completing a few BCAT grant applications for this year's intake. Those being Lake Trail, MUP, and the Dingwall Stairs. This year, we'll also bring focus to the city's asset management plan with long-range focus on both asset life and future needs, the continuation of the grind and pay program, but with new focus on pedestrian, cycling, and accessibility improvements. Fleet asset replacements, as well as the inclusion of EV charging stations at the Public Works Yard to meet our future goals, as well as the 4th Street Parklet and a speed reduction strategy in the Crown Isle area. Next slide. This is a general overview of the Public Works Services proposed operating budget. The Public Works Services operating budget makes up around 25% of the city's total operating budget, with a combined total of just over $8.9 million. The proposed increase for 2022 is 5.5% over last year's budget. The majority of the proposed increase in the administration portion are due to wage and benefit reallocations from roads and storm, with the remaining being the reinstatement of casual support. Public Works Services operations is a combination of new services as well as the reestablishment, again, of pre-COVID levels, including CPI increases. Transportation and fleet services includes the reinstatement of summer sidewalk maintenance program, which includes staffing, streetlight replacement program or the LED conversions, fuel price increase, as well as casual fleet support. And for parks, the majority is a direct result, again, of pre-COVID seasonal staffing levels to support our ongoing operations. Next slide. Some of the more notable operating drivers include the introduction of new service levels, being urban issues and site remediation. This new service or continuation of this service was established last year, and its continuation of the operational support provided by Public Works Services to bylaw services. A new initiative being the speed reduction study in Crown Isle, and a combination of operational restarts of otherwise suspended services. So these restarts are directly related to our planned reestablishment of service levels to their former or pre-COVID levels. That includes training of our staff. Next slide. Net new positions for Public Works in 2022. There are no requests for net new staffing positions within the operational budget. However, I did want to point out that Public Works Services is hiring a temporary solid waste coordinator. This position will support the solid waste services transition from our current manual collection system to a more modern automated cart-based system and the future introduction of organics. This position is funded by the residential solid waste collection revenue and has no impact on the operating budget. Next slide. This is a general overview of the Public Works Services proposed capital budget. The Public Works Services capital budget is a combined total of nearly $5.5 million, with transportation services being at 3.18, Public Works admin and fleet at 957K, park services at 906, civic properties at 436, and these divisional capital projects will be detailed in further slides. Next slide. The proposed transportation services capital includes $1.7 million for the 17th Street corridor improvements. This project is 100% grant funded. I think it's important to note that this is a joint venture project between Public Works Services and Engineering Services Department, with the easternmost section of this project being led and project managed this year by the Engineering Services Department. Again, we'll be putting $1.3 million into the pedestrian, cycling, and pavement renewal program. The majority of this funding, nearly the entirety, is through gas tax reserve, with only $73,000 through general revenue. And $150,000 is earmarked for the CMP update, as well as the Lewis corridor improvements. Next slide. A little bit of detail on the pedestrian, cycling, pavement renewal program. There's a carry forward project from 2021, which is Cowichan Road. These works include pavement resurfacing, sidewalk renewal on both sides, and a short section of painted bike lane between Ryan and 4th Street East. The 2022 projects include 14th Street from Willamar to Cumberland Road. These works include pavement renewal and sidewalk repairs. 10th Street from Willamar to Piercy Ave. These works include pavement renewal, sidewalk installation where there's currently a gap from the trail network on Piercy all the way to Stewart westward. And finally, Dingwall Road from Island Highway to Northland Place. And these works will include pavement renewal as well as crosswalk improvements. Next slide. Another capital project is the Lewis Center Corridor. This project resulted from staff's review of the CBRD's transit infrastructure study. Staff were able to identify several corridor improvement opportunities, improvements that met not only the goals identified within the transit study, but also within the city's transportation master plan and the city's cycling network plan. Therefore, 2022 will see the inclusion of painted buffered bike lanes on this corridor, as well as the establishment of future queue jumping lanes at both the Comox Road and Bryan Road intersections. Next slide. Proposed administration and fleet capital with focus on the heavy equipment renewal, $280,000, which is funded through reserve. This will be for transportation services, a 5-ton truck with snow and ice control equipment for replacement and renewal. The light equipment renewal, again, is reserve funded, totals $277,000. The vehicles included in that renewal are bylaw services. We've seen a renewal of its current unit, and development services will see a renewal of both of its units. However, these 2 units will be replaced with hybrid versions. The net new equipment is a placeholder for, a 2021 carry forward for rec, culture, and community services. They're seeking to purchase a new bus, and this is a result of our inability last year to secure vehicles within a reasonable amount of time. So that one's carried forward. Finally, some focus on EV charging stations. Public Works has proposed $150,000 for the installation of new EV charging stations at the Public Works yard to support future purchases in an EV format, as well as a carried forward amount of $100K for the community charging stations via the RDN grant partnership agreement. And this is an approved agreement. The tender RFP has gone out and is closed, and we're hoping to see the installation of those through the 2022 calendar. Next slide. Parks, trails, and cemetery proposed capital. We'll see here again the Dingwall Steps. This project delivery again is grant dependent. However, this year's works will include a design refresh based on the granting authority's feedback from last year's application. Received a great deal of feedback based on this application, so we're hopeful that a renewal of this will see a better outcome this year. The playground replacement. This is a placeholder again for rec, culture, and community services pending the successful grant application, and will be an introduction or inclusion of a playground facility at the Lewis Center for the Cozy Corridor. Lake Trail multi-use path. $50,000 is set out for the design to support a BCAT grant application. This one's another great project for that area. Pedestrian bridges replacement program. This is a year-over-year program with this year's focus being on the structures on the Riverway Trail near and around the 34th Street. Cemetery will see the addition of a niche wall, additional lawn crypts, and general site improvements. I believe some repairs to section Q. These are mostly funded through CVRD grants. Next slide. Civic Properties proposed capital. 3 roof replacements are scheduled for 2022, being the Park Cafe, Woodcote Park, and the Lagoon Walkway Lookout. City Hall renovations continue as the funding is carried forward from 2021, as well as the carry forward funding for the carpenter shop, or we call it the old TELUS site building. There was much remediation that occurred last year, and that'll be a continuation of those good works. And finally, the conversion of an existing works bay at the Public Works Services Yard to store a fire apparatus. Next slide. And thanks to the collaborative partnership between the city, the Downtown Courtenay Business Association, and the Island Coastal Economic Trust for providing grant funding, the city was able to secure funding for the purchase of a multifunctional and adaptable parklet. This parklet will be installed next to the Courtenay and District Museum on what is now vacant land there. Next slide. Recreation, culture, and community services facilities capital plan. So year over year, the district memorial outdoor pool requires capital investment for startup, reactive repairs, crack repairs, maintenance, and mechanical appurtenances. These funds, the funds for these works are provided annually by the CVRD via grants. And the Sid Williams Theatre will see a review for the design of both the elevator and the stage lift. with the replacement scheduled for 2023. Last slide. With that, I would be happy to take any questions council may have.
Thanks very much, Mr. Shaw, for that. And first off, we have Councillor McCollum.
Thanks for the presentation, Kyle. Just a quick question about the Dingwall Stairs project. I assume, actually, I won't assume anything, but the amount has changed and we are reapplying for a grant. Will that project only proceed should we be successful in the grant application? I just noticed there's a tax impact on the side of the slide, and does that assume no grant and we proceed with the work?
So thank you for the question. You are correct that the project would only proceed if we were successful through the grant, and the tax impact would, Annie could correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe would only come into play if we were to actually proceed with the execution of that project.
She's nodding yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum. And next we have Councillor Moore.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I know I brought this up before regarding the playgrounds. I think you had said that those are replacement every second year. So we do have that proposed for this year, and that's through only through grant funding. And the reason I'm asking is because I brought up the accessibility piece, and I know this was sort of a cross discussion between Public Works and the Recreation Department around trying to have a fully accessible playground somewhere according to the Rick-Hansen guidelines. And I'm just wanted to check in on that and where that might be at. Thanks.
Yeah, it's a great question. Thank you. Just for point of clarity, the biannual program for parks or sort of playground renewal is every second year, being 2021 being the year of installation and 2023. This year is a specific item that was identified as a grant opportunity through Rec, Culture and Community Services that would be 50-50 funded through grant application, as well as the Parks and Rec Reserve. It would only proceed if they were to be successful in that grant application for the Cozy Corner.
And you had a follow-up? Oh, hang on one second. Mr. Garbutt also wanted to interject real quick, but
I think to maybe to go to the question, when we are proposing works, council has talked about the types of parks that we develop or redevelop or renovate to ensure that they have that standard of accessibility. We'll develop an approach to address that for the 2023 project. We'll also search for grant support. And some of that takes some specialist advice. Well, actually, very specialist advice. And so we'll have to make sure that we accommodate that through the budget process. Just to clarify, though, I don't believe that the improvements relative to the playground at Cozy Corner would fall specifically into that category. Although the types of play structures designed to support early childhood activity are slightly different than regular, I don't know if regular is the right word, but regular playground, community playground structures. We do have some local expertise in that type of design as well.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Moran. And next we have Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Kyle, for this. I just have one question, which is about the light vehicle replacement. I think it was 172,000. And I know because we have the asset management bylaw, we look at the life cycle costs of all the acquisitions that we make. And I'm assuming that the choice of hybrids, I don't know if those are plug-in hybrids or just traditional hybrids, but I'm assuming that's based upon the decreasing prices of electric vehicles and the dramatically lower maintenance and fuel costs over the long term. Can you just clarify whether those actually are plug-in hybrids, the ones that are being considered for the fleet?
Those particular assets are not plug-in hybrids. They are just regular hybrids, if there is such a thing as a regular hybrid, just due to the location of their home. So they currently reside outside the Public Works yard overnight at the City Hall building, as there's currently no facilities for plug-in units at that location.
And just as a follow-up, if I may, I'm assuming that in other circumstances where it is possible for an EV charger to be located nearby, that will be considering plugins and fully electric vehicles wherever possible, given the asset management implications.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question and a great point. So you will see in the budget as well that there is $150,000 allocated for EV charging at the Public Works Services Yard to start that process of moving our light fleet unit replacements to a full EV status.
Okay, great to hear that planning. Thanks, Kyle.
Excellent. Thanks, Councillor McCollum and Councillor Hillian. Oh, Councillor Will Cole Hamilton. I started looking over here. I got to go slower.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks, Kyle, for the presentation thus far. I know a lot of my neighbors will be very happy that the street weeding program is back in business this summer. It's been a lot of extra work for residents, and in fact, it's been a lot of ugly streets where residents didn't do the work, but glad to hear that news. I wanted to ask specifically about the transportation capital plan and the road maintenance. You, I think, have told us that we're spending just over $3.2 million in that area. Is that the full extent of what's going on in terms of road paving, including extensive pothole work that we need to do?
It's a great question. Thank you for that. So $3.2 million in terms of capital investment. It's not the fullest extent. There is operational dollars on an annual basis for the ongoing maintenance operations of our road services to ensure that they operate in their best ability on our forward. And as you may have been alluding to, that this year has been a very difficult year with respect to the freeze and thaw cycles of our road services. So there will be some what we politely call in the industry scratch and patch, where we'll go in and repair specific areas that have suffered more than significant failure as a result of the winter operations, and that is done through our operational budget.
Okay, and will there be a point where we actually get a list of some of the streets that will have significant work done on them in terms of patching and repairs? And it seems to me that over the years, there's always been a list, and councils had the opportunity to ask, why are we doing this street instead of that street? And you may recall I asked specifically at a recent meeting about 6th Street, which was the alternate route when the 5th Street Complete Street project was underway, and it received quite a beating, and it's got a lot of pavement falling away at the edges just along by the Harmston Park area. So it's situations like that that I'm just wondering when we get the opportunity to weigh in on where those types of locations rate in the city's priority list.
Mr. Garvin.
Thank you. Thanks for the question, Councillor Hillian. I mean, our recommendations and operational responses to these items are based on our best practice and skill in that regard. We can provide council with an overview, and if there's some consideration on options, we could give some feedback in that regard.
Thanks. I think that would be useful because, of course, we do get some criticism that we're focused more on bike infrastructure than on general road infrastructure. And I think a lot of people are concerned about the state of our roads, particularly given the difficult winter we have. And I know there's a lot of extra work for Public Works staff in that regard.
Thank you for that question, Councillor. And if I could follow up, one of the items that we've been discussing at a staff level is really the implications that our changing seasonal weather is having on our road surface, and we have to accommodate that as part of our climate adaptation with respect to our operations. We spent significant time on snow removal, et cetera. We had some discussion around the council table about the types of utility vehicles that we utilize, and so that's going to be developed over the next probably 3 to 5 years as to how to develop our response. Given the types of situations that we're having, both with trails and sidewalks and commingled road surfaces, et cetera. So it's some work that's very valuable and will take a little bit of time, and it will take some investment over time. Our infrastructure in all its types and glory needs to be maintained. And as we move forward in our different new types of development services, we're going to have to accommodate those types of appurtenances. Maybe Mr. Shaw would agree with me on that word. I've heard him use that in the past. But as we move forward, we're going to have to make an investment both in the new items that we're dealing with and new types, as well as the types of vehicles and equipment that are required to maintain it effectively.
Thanks. And it sounds like we may get some help from the provincial government in that regard, as I believe there's new money in last week's budget for climate change mitigation for municipalities. Hopefully, fingers crossed. I had one other question, and that's with regards to the position of solid waste coordinator. As you know, a lot of our residents were impacted by the challenges with recycling and yard waste pickup last summer, and again with the perennial issues around snow removal. But we are moving hopefully to a new type of waste management system for solid waste, and I wonder if you could just speak a little bit more about what that individual's role will be, and what we expect the impact of those potential changes to be on what our residents pay for the service.
That's a great question. Thank you for that. Yeah, the transition for our service for solid waste, moving from a manual collection to automated, is really one of that's important. It's one of that is the new way of collecting solid waste materials. It's a lot less manual labor and a lot less requirements on the part of the contractor, but as well as provides opportunity for bin rollouts, for inspections of those bins to ensure that the materials that are being discharged are within compliance, both from a Recycle BC perspective, but also from an organics and trash perspective. And the role of the individual, the solid waste coordinator, will be to facilitate that new RFP process, to facilitate the onboarding of those services, to work directly between the residents and the contractor to ensure that the transition is seamless for them and that it is pain-free as possible. It's going to take a fair bit of time and a fair bit of communication and a fair bit of interaction, quite frankly, a lot of communication and interaction. And that will be the foremost responsibility of this individual, to be the forward face of that interface and that change management process for our residents.
Thanks, I appreciate that. I think it's a really positive step forward, but don't underestimate the work involved. So thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian. And I may have missed it in the conversation, but I heard the word potholes, and when especially right now, when we're being asked about them fairly often, I usually just say, we have to wait for the weather to improve. I also know that my kids a week ago were wearing T-shirts in the sun and were quite shocked on the weekend when there was actually snow again. So I just wondered if you sort of have a thought in mind as to when we normally start to do those road refinishing that are weather dependent.
Yeah, thank you for that. It's a great question. And you're right. I mean, in the interim, to get us through winter seasons when the plants are closed, we don't have access to hot mix. We use a temporary pothole patch, which you'll see that the staff deploy on a fairly regular basis through the winter months. And then really from a permanent patch perspective, where we would put hot mix down, we're waiting for the island plants to restart, and that usually happens in the middle of March. So once that plants are up and running, we have access to hot mix. We can schedule our reactive maintenance to suit the need of the previous winter.
Excellent. Thanks for excellent answers as always. I don't see any further questions at this moment in time, and I believe this may be. Yeah, I think we're right on schedule. You guys are doing a bang up job, so really appreciate that. And I'll thank council as well. You're also part of the process here. But with that, I'll pass it over to Mr. Davidson.
Thank you very much. Happy to be here tonight to present the 2022-26 general operating and capital budget for the engineering department. Are we full screen? There we go. Perfect. So engineering services ensures capital renewal of public infrastructure systems such as water, wastewater, and drainage, flood protection structures, and transportation services. Staff also performs some planning functions, including flood management and integrated rainwater management. So 2022 work plan and strategic priorities include these projects. So capital side, we have 5th Street Bridge, 6th Street Bridge, Greenwood Trunk Sewer, and South Courtney Sewer. And the operating side, we have air quality and integrated rainwater management plan. So for the operating budget, you'll note engineering overall makes up about 2% of the overall general operating expenses. So new for this year, we're proposing a flood risk assessment project for $200,000. This is follow up to last year's work. So this will be phase 2 of our flood risk assessment work. Also proposed integrated rainwater master plan. So we did some work on this last year. We're proposing to finish it off this year. It's showing 165 last year, 150 this year. It's actually $50,000 carry forward for that, for a total of 265 across both years. We're also proposing engineering consulting fees to be reduced by $25,000 to 100, and we're proposing 25,000 for airshed management. There's nothing specific to noted there for that, but we do anticipate some efforts being required there, so we are proposing to carry some budget for that. And lastly, the CARET program for $2,600. So I would note the CARET program has been officially terminated by the province, but we do understand there is something similar coming, so we are carrying budget for that as well.
And CARET stands for? Or what is it? Even if you don't know what exactly the words are, is it? And
I know that. It's a climate action revenue incentive program.
Thank you. All right.
Big save.
For the gold. Excellent. Thank you very much. Back to you, Mr. Davidson.
Thank you for the question. So engineering proposed 5-year capital plan. So first one is 5th Street Bridge project. Unfortunately, we are expecting to be over budget on the 5th Street Bridge project. So we're projecting now to be approximately $640,000 over budgets. This was due to a couple of issues, some unforeseen issues in the bridge deck itself, unfortunately. So staff will be bringing a fulsome staff report to council for consideration in March. So we'll go into much greater detail then. We still are working through some of the costs associated with those works, as works are still ongoing on the bridge. Also in the 5-year capital plan, 6th Street Bridge. So we're about halfway through detailed design, hoping to finish that up this year. We are proposing to increase the budget by $50,000 to facilitate some more stakeholder engagement and communications. 200 Back Road, we did report previously that this project was completed. We're proposing now to carry forward $40,000 from the original budget just to do some additional works to help with some additional form and function of the project. Braidwood Road design, we're proposing to carry forward $60,000 from last year's budget just to finish off detailed design. We're about 90% of the way through that one. New for this year's budget, we are proposing a Ryan Road sidewalk from Sandwick to Braidwood. So we'll be diving into detailed design in 23 and construction potentially in 2024. 13th Street works has been carried forward, so we'll finalize detailed design in 23 and plan for construction in 24. Also new for this year is Tenor Drive extension to Highway 19A. So there's a multi-use pathway, also known as the East-West Connector. So we're proposing an options analysis in 2023 for $75,000. And lastly, Cousins Avenue proposed to start work in earnest on 2023 for that project. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Councillor Hillian.
Thank you, Mayor. So the It is concerning that we're over budget on the Fifth Street Bridge rehabilitation, but it's also concerning that we're significantly over time as well. And I'm wondering if in the report that engineering services will be bringing forward, there will be an analysis of whether we could have done anything differently or not. I know that many of the issues that came up were unforeseen. Some were pandemic related, labor and parts, supply chain, that type of thing. But I think there is a perception in some parts of the community that we didn't do a particularly good job of managing the project and perhaps could have responded to some things differently. So I would really appreciate if we could have some analysis in regards to that so that we can be relatively transparent with the public about to what extent these were matters beyond our control, or whether there were situations where perhaps we could have done things somewhat differently.
Mr. Garbett.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Hillian. We are going to have both an internal and session with council to talk about the project itself, and it'll be forming part of the response back on that. The project predated a number of our senior staff and its approach, and I think there are some significant lessons learned on how we structure these capital projects as it relates to control over issues, the ability to pivot, requirements for communications, et cetera. So I think it's important to have a fulsome analysis of the project itself. We won't be doing this project again for a very long time, but we do have a series of publicly impactful projects out there, including some of the capital projects that Mr. Davidson outlined. And I think it's going to be an important part of that learning process for us.
Thanks, appreciate that. And I just want to say publicly something that I communicated privately to Mr. Davidson, and that's the deep appreciation for all the work that he and his staff did and the many headaches they had to manage through to the completion of this Fifth Street Bridge project. I know despite the challenges that the community is extremely grateful that the project's been completed and that it's restored to full service again. So and just a real shout out to Chris and his staff in that regard. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian. And we have Councillor Warren.
Great, thank you, Mayor. A little anecdote, I was driving across the bridge with my family, my young adult son, and he got quite excited about the bridge and said, wow, what a great job was done on the bridge. And I thought that was pretty impressive that a 24-year-old would be noticing those things. So you got kudos from him as well. I was just wanted to note that this over budget piece is coming out of the gas tax. It's proposed to come out of the gas tax fund, and it sounds, I couldn't find it here, but it sounds like our gas fund is still in a very healthy place, even after this being taken out. And I just wanted to get clarification and maybe reassure some of the public around that. Thanks.
So I can speak to this. Yes, our gas tax fund, community building fund, is still in a good place. We had to reshuffle a few projects, and we have enough to cover also next year. I think the Ryan Road project is going to use a lot of the gas tax funding. And you have actually all the balances for the 5 years available in the Schedule 9 in the reports. So you would see year to year what the gas tax fund looks like.
All right, thanks for that. Sorry, the camera was a little bit fuzzy there, but we heard you just clearly. And Councillor McCullum.
Thanks. Yeah, I just had a question about our planned flood work or in our operating budget for next year, and whether or not there's expected granting opportunities through the province from the same funding that Councillor Hillian was alluding to earlier around climate mitigation and adaptation.
Great question. Thank you very much. We're not aware of any grant funding that would apply directly now. However, we are always on the lookout. There are a few grants that are still open and we're still reviewing. So we haven't completed the analysis totally. We also haven't initiated procurement yet. We're still developing the RFP essentially. So there is still time for grants to be announced and for us to pursue them. I'd also note this is a phased project. So phase 1 this year, phase 2 next year. So if there's no grants this year, hopefully there'll be something next year so we can at least catch a portion of the works with grant funding.
That's great. Thanks for that info.
Excellent. And I don't think I see any further questions or comments at this moment in time. So again, thanks, Mr. Davidson, for a great presentation. And obviously some very tough items in your portfolio, and looking forward to some of that investigation into the Fifth Street Bridge and kind of lessons learned. And with that, I think we're going to just recess for about 20 minutes and then come back. Welcome back, everybody. Appreciate you entertaining our little bit of break there, and we'll get back to our proposed general fund financial plan, and I'll pass it over to Mr. Jeff Garbutt, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Craig Rushton's going to give an overview of Recreation, Culture, and Community Services presentation, and then following that is we're going to move into our fire department presentation. Chief McDonald.
Thank you. Through the CEO to the mayor and council, your 2022 to 2026 Recreation, Culture, and Community Services operating and capital budget presentation. So Recreation and Cultural Services Department's responsible for providing quality recreation, leisure, special events, and cultural opportunities in a healthy and safe environment for all ages and abilities in Courtenay. The department is comprised of recreation facility operations, recreation programming, and the Recreation and Cultural Business Administrative Service divisions. Recreation and Cultural Services also handles park bookings, park event promotion, and long-range planning for parks, recreation, cultural, and community services. Next slide, please. So the RCCS 2022 work plan and strategic priorities carry forward and priority and funding for McPhee Meadows. There is a 2021 carry forward capital of $25,000, 2022 budget request capital for $350,000, regional aquatic needs assessment and outdoor pool study with a 2021 carry forward from capital and a $50,000 funded by CVRD grant. Parks and Recreation Master Plan implementation with a carryover operating of $7,500 and fees and charges review with some professional fees for operating for $5,000. The 2022 strategic priority and funding request, COVID restart for recreation with a net of $4,600. Cultural Master Plan with 2022 professional fees operating for $100,000, and a Social and Community Development Framework, 2022 professional fees with 110 reallocated from Planning and Development Services. So the development of the City of Courtenay Culture and Master Plan comes from a recommendation from the Cultural Services Review and drafting and scoping of a project over 1 to 3 years. Phase 1 is 2022 with a focus on needs and gaps analysis of arts and culture in Courtenay and region, with a focus on facility needs analysis for our key art partners and community, and a report back to council on the scope and phase approach is forthcoming. The Social and Community Development Framework is a council strategic initiative. Increased consulting budget by $100,000 for community social development planning consulting. And this is transferred from development services planning budget and is also listed as a strategic priority for 2021 and 2022. Next slide, please. So the Recreation, Culture, and Community Services proposed operating budget comprises about 16% of the operating budget and a total expense net revenue of 6.8% for a budget of $3.858 million. So right off the bat, you'll see a fluctuation, an increase between 2021 and 2022. Of course, the budget's fueled primarily by our pandemic response and PHO orders, of which recreation is always nimble and always adjusting to, and applaud recreation staff for doing such a great job with that. The service drivers, therefore, are COVID recovery and a return to 2019 service levels for programming, operations, and special events. And the budget drivers are CPI minimum wage increase for rec employees, contract increases, and our long-term planning needs for the culture and community service portfolios. Next slide, please. The 2022 proposed capital budget for parks is $448,600. Fueled by the park design and development of McPhee Meadows. So you'll see the phase one general revenues of 300,000 with a 2022 tax impact of 0.8%. Phase two general revenues of 50,000 with the tax impact of 0.2%. The phase one and phase two for McPhee includes consulting, design, permits, contingency budgeting, and the actual costs will be determined through this process and will be realized in the 2023 budgeting process. So that's concept designs in quarters 1 and quarters 2 of 22, and detailed design in quarters 3 and quarters 4 of 2022, with the potential for some phase 1 construction in the 4th quarter. However, there are some significant archaeological requirements involved with this project, so do our best to do some construction in quarter 4. Really happy to announce that the Partners in Parks program is back, and council will note that previous funding has supported art installations and murals and allows the city to have funds at the table when opportunities for partnership on parks enhancing proposals arise. Also happy to report the totem pole installation at the air park. General revenues carryover of 2.5 thousand. There's no tax impact on this project. And there is a grant out to Heritage BC for a memorial grant. The application is submitted, and if successful, will support the installation and inclusion of cultural heritage and educational components. The Courtenay Riverway South Extension. During the OCP consultation, it's been identified that some more engagements required with key stakeholders for the Riverway Extension Phase 2 project, and thus it's appearing in the 2023 proposed budget. Next slide, please. And the proposed capital budget for recreation facilities. We've got the proposed budget with a 0% tax impact on this. First is the recommendation to replace the Philburg Center drive-through. The assessment recommends comprehensive repair or replacement due to extent of concerns. We're looking at replacement in quarters 1 and quarters 2 of 2022. The memorial pool infrastructure assessment for 50,000 to inform the aquatic services review and strategy. We've got the Lewis Center annual equipment updates that are required, and Sid Theater, although that is mostly funded by ticket surcharge. And with that, I'll respond to any questions.
All right, thanks for a great presentation. Really appreciate it. And we have Councillor Hillian.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and thank you, Craig. 2 questions. First of all, I need you to refresh my memory on where is the city park that's referenced in the Riverway Trail, the ongoing development of that trail. Do we have a park named City Park? Or?
No. Thanks for the question, Councillor. It is an extension of the Riverway Trail. You'll note that there was an extension that was already in place, and so there's a further extension as part of that ongoing project. So that's the trail that leads, that joins up with the air park and continues down the coast. So there's work that continuing work to continue that project, but there's some more development that we need to do with the stakeholders.
Right, I know the trail, it's a lovely, lovely trail, and people are really enjoying it. I just had no idea where it said City Park to Beechwood, what that actually meant.
And Mr. Garbett has a comment as well.
Thanks, through the chair to Councillor Hillian. We'll just clarify, these are some terms that are inside our financial planning documents, but we'll clarify the label to answer the question about, those are breakpoints in the trail system itself, but we'll clarify for you what those points are.
Great, thanks. And the other question I had is related to the Philburg drive-through, and I'm just wondering, you'll be aware that there's a lot of interest in and lots of different ideas about what should happen at the Philburg expansion and that sort of thing. I'm just wondering to what extent we have dialogue with some of the key user groups, Evergreen Seniors and others, with regards to ongoing plans for the Philburg.
Yes, thanks again for the question. So there was dialogue with Evergreen, and there was dialogue through our manager who works with a lot of the user groups there. And the balcony itself, there wasn't a lot of use for to date. But that's not to say that there isn't opportunities to use that balcony for programming or for rentals. So part of the renovation is looking at making sure there's usability for that space up top. And of course, we know the value of the as a shelter for people entering the facility too. So yeah, that was the input we received, and just looking at the safety concerns identified by staff and the current condition of the balcony, it was deemed to be in need of a replacement.
Thanks. And finally, I noticed there was sorry.
Mr. Garbett just had a comment as well.
Sure. Thank you through Councillor Hillian. Those improvements that are here don't preclude future planning, and the proposal to repair the failing exterior and balcony area and porte cochere, I think is the right architectural term. The consultation we've had is around the need for a covered area for drop off and pickup there, but it doesn't preclude future planning for that. That'll be at a later date.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks. The other final question I had was related to the link. I see there's money for a new sign, but we put a fair amount of money into the link over the years. It's an adapted facility. It's also in the floodplain. And I'm just wondering what sort of shape it's in these days in terms of requirements for ongoing maintenance and such.
I can't speak to that right now, unfortunately, Councillor Hillian. I don't have that information at hand, and that would be part of our asset management. So I can get that information and report back to council when I do.
Well, not to worry. I was surprised to see there wasn't any upgrading for it in the budget. So hopefully that means it's in pretty good shape for now. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian. And Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the report, Chris. I had two questions. One of them was about the July 1st committee. I noticed that their funding had tripled from 23,000 to 69,000, and it seems to continue at sort of 69 to 70 something thousand into the foreseeable future. Initially, I thought that might be because we're perhaps trying to rethink the way we celebrate Canada Day in the future. And I thought perhaps that it was 1 year of additional funding for that sort of purpose, but it seems to be just a permanent thing. I was wondering what lies beneath that tripling of funding there.
Sorry, can I ask for clarification over what tripling of funding?
It's the July 1st or committee. If you just find it, it's on
for the Canada Day.
Yeah, it's for the Canada Day celebration. If you look on page 179 of the agenda, under Rec Services Operations, it's the first line. It shows 23,000 for 2021, and then 69,000 for this year and 70,000 for the following year. it's just a dramatic change in spending.
Yeah, I think it's very much attributed to, my initial inclination would be just service levels, the difference between what we could offer, in previous years with COVID to what now we can offer and what we're prepared to offer. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I think Councillor, sorry. And Ms. Berard, 1 second.
Councillor Berard.
Yeah, just wanted to add up on Craig's comment there, on Craig comment, sorry. So budget for 2021 for the July 1st committee, as well as the special event, has been reduced drastically due to the pandemic. So now it's just, I think it's a little higher than what it was in 2020, but it's just back to normal for makes operation for.
So it's like a post-COVID reversion with a slight increase is kind of where that lands.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes a fair amount more sense. The other thing I was noticing is at one point talks about 25,000 for janitorial supplies for the Herbaloo, and I'm guessing that's more than just like bleach and things like that. Does that 25,000 for the Herbaloo, is that the entire service contract for cleaning it for the year, which would make sense given the report we saw earlier. It was just talking about supplies, and I was just surprised that the scale of the supplies required. It may just be a piece of wording that it should just be a service contract. Let's see, Ms. Berard.
Yeah, Ms. Berard, I'll put your microphone on.
Yeah, I could speak to that as well. So, well, when we were adjusting the budget last week to account for that new amount that was presented today, we were unsure about how much it was exactly. So we decided to split because the share is, the burden is between recreation and public works. So we decided to split evenly, knowing that it would be a little different. So, I mean, we could always adjust to reflect that. But no, it was not to purely be janitorial supplies, but mostly for cleaning and security services.
Okay, so it's just generalized expenses. And
Yeah.
you said it's split between rec services and public works?
Exactly.
Okay, great. That makes much more sense. Thanks, Annie.
Excellent. Thanks, Councillor Cole Hamilton and Councillor Moore.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Thanks so much in virtual space there to our rec services folks. The two items on the list here are new items, one being the culture master plan and the social and community development framework. And I thought it might be helpful for just a couple words about each of those items for the public to have a better understanding of what that's about. I wanted to ask, I think it's fair to say that the culture master plan obviously came out of that work that was done a few years ago. And there was a link to economic development within that. And I just thought it might be helpful to share some of that information with the public to see that there was an acknowledgement that arts and culture, more than just making this a wonderful place to live, also creates economic benefit for the region. So if you wouldn't mind just saying a couple words about those two items, that'd be great. Thanks.
You bet. The cultural master plan, as I said, comes from the Cultural Services Review and builds off some of the work that the document Converge that came out in 2019. So it builds off some of that work. And as I said, currently engaged with our key arts partners right now in developing the scope of that project, which we'll be reporting back to council on that in Q2. The social and community development framework, again, comes from a strategic priority for 2021 and 2022, and is transferred from development services planning budget. So I'm not sure if Mr. Garber could speak a little bit more to that framework.
You bet, Mr. Garber.
Thank you. through to Councillor Moran's question, thank you very much. You know, the scope of this study is to help position ourselves within the community onto what are some of the priorities, what are the gaps that we have, and how we may contemplate addressing those. The outcomes of this study might be tempered a little bit because of the timing and for future implementation with subsequent councils. It's very important work. You know, we have established through the community plan a priority to address aspects of the social service side of the equation. And we need to look at the variety of providers, where we're headed, what's happening now and where those gaps are. And then ultimately understand what the city role is going to be, whether it's in service, supporting service, or advocating in those kind of areas. So I think that gives some clarification for the public. Thanks very much.
You bet. Councillor Moran.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I think just the key arts partners, if people haven't read the report, I believe are the museum, the art gallery, the Sid Theatre, and the Arts Council. Is that correct? Just so that the public
Yes,
knows.
thank you. That is correct.
Just to clarify who those partners are. And then with the social and community development piece, it sounds like it's a response to some of the things that we're dealing with around social issues, but also working on our community partnerships as well. So just wanted to provide a bit of clarification to public who may be listening in that may not see what the benefit of those two items are. Thanks.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Moran. And I don't see any further questions at this moment or comments. Okay, so next we'll go over to finance.
Thank you. Through the CEO to Mayor and Council. So Finance Department staff is responsible for the collection of property taxes and utility fees. There is a purchasing function, financial planning, payroll, accounting services, to name a few. We're also responsible for the implementation of financial policies. Next slide, please. So these are the 2022 strategic priorities for our department. And I would like to specifically highlight asset retirement obligations, investment policy implementation, and budget software implementation. Next slide, please. So Finance Department accounts for about 6% of total operating expenses. And for the 2022 year, we're requesting additional $150,400. Out of that amount, $102,000 is related to strategic priorities. $41,000 is related to contractual and CPI increases, such as increasing our audit fees, cost of living adjustments, and QP wages. About $2,000 is related to support for the 2022 property tax collection, and $5,000 is related to other variances returning to pre-pandemic level of travel and attendance at conferences and training. And then next slide, please. So we're requesting $75,000 out of that, those strategic priority total value of $102,000 for consulting fees for asset retirement obligation implementation of an accounting standard. We will require support in reviewing all our assets, including contracts that the city controls, where there is a legal obligation to remediate that asset. We expect there's going to be a lot of work happening, similarly to when the TCA, the Tangible Capital Assets standard, was implemented. We have to implement the standard. We do not have a choice in order to receive a clean audit opinion. And we anticipate involvement from all departments in scoping these assets and creating the inventory, and then afterwards in measuring the financial liability and recording it in our financial statements. Next slide, please. In addition, we're requesting $150,000 for budget software implementation. So currently our financial planning process is very manual and Excel-based. In order to increase the efficiency and workflow, as well as enhance analysis and reporting, we require the budget software. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And Mr. Garbutt, I'm not sure if this is a question though.
No, I wouldn't ask my staff a question, but if I may, before council asks questions, I just want to highlight the importance of this budget software implementation. You can see some of the changes that we've done through our financial planning. I can tell you right now, without this software, it's extremely labor intensive. Ms. Berard and Ms. Coral Sawkins is involved in these things between the departments, and this type of software is a total game changer for us to move this forward. And it's unfortunate that we haven't been able to access this until now, but it's very important. And I think it's going to move us farther down the line with our financial planning process. We anticipate that this software will assist in expediting some of our processes, and it'll align and help us utilize our asset management information that's also developing through our master plan. So I just, Rhonda was very concise in her description, but these are some very important investments in our financial backbone, which makes it's the grist for our mill to work properly. So it's very, very important project for us, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. And Councillor Hillian.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Renata. Concision and thrift are evidence of a good financial mind at work, in my view. I did want to ask about the experience of collecting taxes over the last couple of years during the pandemic, which presented some challenges. And I'm wondering if we adopted any new practices from that, any kind of lessons learned that can be applied as we move forward, whether related to online payments or some of the special services that the city provided to people who had challenges with that. If you could comment on that, please.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Hillian. So we certainly saw an uptake in online banking payments, or people paying at the bank and us still receiving the payments through EFT. Certainly the province implementing the deferment program, centralizing it in 2020. And then in 2021, the homeowner grant application process has reduced, I think the number of people actually stopping in and needing to see us. It also in turn created a lot of frustration for taxpayers, I think, across the province, because the waiting times on the phone were upwards of 3 hours and the phone calls were dropped with the province. So definitely we are even looking when it comes to internally, when EFT payments, trying to do import of them rather than keying. We still see a lot of our elderly population using checks. So obviously those are manual payments that we have to key. There is still significant, obviously, staff impact, and we're very busy starting in about May, after May long weekend up until the first or second week of July. So the workload is certainly there because of the changes that the province did. So we're hoping it will hopefully decrease as a taxpayer get accustomed to those new deferment applications and homeowner grants as well.
Thanks very much. And the other question I wondered about was what our expectation is of the number of defaults, either through business failure or otherwise. I think what I'd heard from finance staff before was that we didn't see a significant change in that regard from 2019 to 2020. I'm not sure about 2021, whether you've got any calculations on that yet.
I mean, certainly we saw about the same number of business licenses. Some, people chose to just close down their business because of the pandemic. They were so close to retirement, and I'm aware of a couple of shops on Fifth that just closed down because the pandemic participated that decision. But overall, I think we have the same number of business licenses overall, and we haven't really seen a decrease in the percentage of collected property taxes by the due date. It's pretty, consistent, about 92.5% year over year.
Good to know. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hillian. And I don't see any further questions at this point. So I think, that was a great presentation. And I think all the answers were in there. So with that, we'll move on to the next presentation, which is fire.
Thank you through the CEO to Mayor and Council. I would like to thank Council for the opportunity to present the 2022-2026 general operating and capital budget for the fire department. The Courtenay Fire Department provides fire prevention, suppression, and rescue services to the residents of the city of Courtenay and contracted areas. Our community is served by 6 career and 50 volunteer firefighters who respond to both emergency and non-emergency calls. Next slide, please. The fire department work plan and strategic priorities for 2022 consists of 2 items. The first item is to provide a new East Side Fire Hall background report to council. This report will provide a history and an update on the overall status of the project, as well as look into some sustainability options that were not available when the project started in 2012. The second item that we will be looking at will be the completion of the ladder truck replacement project, which is a capital expense carried forward from 2021. The anticipated delivery of this new piece of apparatus is late in the third quarter of 22. Next slide, please. The fire department operating budget for 2022 represents only 5% of the overall operating budget for the city of Courtenay. Our proposed operating budget expenses for 2022 are $2,147,800, which is a 9.4% increase from 2021. The main driver for this increase is the request for an addition of a 7th full-time position, along with increases in fleet expenses and administration costs. Next slide, please. The position, or the 7th position that we're hoping to add, is for an operations assistant that would be added to our daytime staff. This full-time position will be the first increase in our daytime staffing levels since 2010, with that increase being the addition of a deputy chief training officer position. The purpose for the operations assistant is to help us address challenges created by increased demand or daytime responses to incidents, increased fire inspection inventory as the city has grown bigger or larger. We have more taller residential buildings that have a bunch of complex issues that come from that, as well as other buildings such as the Comox Valley Hospital that create some challenges for us from an inspection standpoint, as well as increased development application reviews. The duties for this position will include emergency responses to daytime incidents, pre-fire planning, fire safety planning, public education, and fire inspections, all of which are influenced or regulated by the Fire Services Act, WorkSafe BC, and the Structure Firefighter Competency and Training Playbook. Next slide, please. This slide offers a comparison of the operating budgets and populations of the 6 busiest fire departments in the North Island 911 area for 2020. As you can see, Courtenay ranks 2nd in overall responses, 2nd in population, but only 4th in operating budget based on 2020 stats. We also have the lowest per capita cost when compared to these 6 departments as well, which is a good indicator of the effective and economical service being provided to our residents by our department. Next slide, please. Our proposed capital budget for 2022 really only consists of 2 items. The first one is the continuation of the ladder truck project, which was discussed earlier in the presentation. And the second one is the replacement of our duty officer vehicle. The cost of the ladder truck project is a carryover from 2021 and has been funded through general taxation, equipment reserve, and the proceeds from the sale of ladder 12, while the cost of the new duty truck will be from our fire machinery and equipment reserves. And with that, that's the conclusion of our presentation, and I'll open the floor to any questions you may have.
Excellent. Thanks very much for your presentation, Fire Chief McDonald. That was excellent. I am looking around to see, and there is Councillor Hillian.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Kurt. I'm just wondering when you expect that report to come forward in relation to the proposed East Courtenay Satellite Fire Hall.
Thank you for the question. We are going to be working with the engineering department in compiling this report. Felt it would be appropriate for them to get the 5th Street Bridge project completed prior to working on the fire hall one, but we would anticipate probably towards the tail end of probably the early start of the 3rd quarter, we would have something to council for your review.
Great. And as you know, we had a comprehensive reports on the need in the past, but I'm sure that we're going to have to revisit that and provide the rationale, as well as there'll be all sorts of questions about what the implications are for budget and staffing of running 2 fire halls. So look forward to that work coming forward. Thanks very much.
And Mr. Garbutt has a comment as well.
Thank you. Building on Councillor Hillian's question, we're also looking at the potential for partnerships, if possible. We have made overtures and had discussions in the past that resulted in some site servicing that does impact a little bit in terms of that, but we'll continue to look at those partnerships, and if possible, we would certainly explore them. One aspect that I wanted to chime in, hopefully I'm not taking too much airtime, but one of our lead departments on using an electrification of our hand tools, et cetera, has been our fire department. That is an item that has come up in discussions amongst some members of the community. And Chief McDonald and I had a conversation about that. And it's going to, some of the learning that we have there on how to maintain those. If anybody can operate with electrified tools and be reliable, it's a necessity for the fire department. So they're an inspiration that we'll be looking at through other parts of our operation. Just wanted to pass on some kudos to our fire department.
Excellent. Thanks very much for that. And I don't see any further questions or comments, so we'll move on to our next one. Our next presentation. Again, thanks very much, Chief McDonald. And we're on to development services. And Mr. Marshall.
Thank you. So the Development Services Department is made up of what we call, well, in terms of the planning side of the things, it's long-term planning, and then that's the official community plan and some of the policy neighborhood plans, and policy work like zoning bylaw reviews and things like that. And then there's the short-term planning, which is more the applications, the rezonings, the official community plan amendments, the development variance permits, development permits, those kinds of things. So that's the sort of planning side. We have sort of two sides to that department. And then the building department, of course, is responsible for doing the inspections on any of the construction that happens in town. That includes the single family, multifamily, institutional, industrial, that kind of thing. We have the business licensing in our department, and we have the subdivision and servicing of land development, which deals with the creation of new subdivisions for homes and buildings in our community. So just in terms of some of the projects we're looking at taking on for 2022, and this, some of this comes from the implementation of the official community plan, which we're hoping to have adopted by May of this year. We just finished the sort of public open houses and meetings to speak to comments on the official community plan that's been circulated. We're in the process of doing sort of stakeholder meetings right now. We're meeting with the development community tomorrow morning. We're meeting with the Courtenay BIA later this week. So we're trying to get to some of the key stakeholders in the community and have one-on-one discussions with those groups. So the coming out of the official community plan adoption, we'll be looking at updating the zoning bylaw. We're looking at short-term rental policy. It's like the Airbnbs and how they are impacting rental accommodations in the community. We're looking at new early engineering approval process. There's the developer advisory group terms of reference, which I understand the mayor was working with a group prior to COVID, and I think wants to get that back up and running again. There's the subdivision and development and servicing bylaw update. So that's the bylaw that deals with all the requirements, servicing requirements. So if somebody's doing a new subdivision, how wide the roads are, whether there's a sidewalk, how wide the sidewalk is, you know, all the details of the infrastructure for new development. We're looking at updating our development cost charges. That again would come in line with the changed sort of future planning coming out of the official community plan. We're looking at the Couscous development and rehabilitation, and that's the old mill site on the river. And people, I'm sure, have seen that work is ongoing right now. They're pulling up all the hard surfaces and bringing it back to a natural state. There's the Harmston Precinct Development Plan, and we are looking at an additional building official. And I'm happy to say that after many couple of years of hard work with HR and the chief building official, that we have secured the services of a Part 3 building inspector, which are like gold in the municipal world. So we're very fortunate to have secured this person. And so the two kind of additional budget items on this list, the majority of those projects are going to be handled by by the local staff or our internal staff. But the Harmston Precinct Development Plan, we're looking at some help with consultants on that, and of course the additional building official. So planning or the Development Services Department, look at that too, makes up 6% of the overall budget of the community. We're looking at a reduction in our expenses versus revenues to the tune of negative 13%. Some of that is coming from increase in building inspection fees. So you'll see the top line there, 2021, it's $857,000, and 2022, there's an estimate of $964,000. So close to a little over $100,000 increase in our building permit fees. And just to give you a sense of how a large project can affect a budget like this, I asked Trevor Sweeney, our chief building official, what the building permit would be for a large residential development like the one that's happening on Ryan Road near the casino. And he said that would be in the neighborhood of a $250,000 building permit. So you can see one building permit can make a big difference depending on the size of the project. And we have, fortunately, a number of these large projects coming on stream over this next year. And so I think that $106,000 is fairly conservative in terms of the increase we'll see year over year. The reduction in the planning and zoning, I understand, is we are splitting our legal fees with another department, and so it used to be $15,000, and so now it's $7,000. So the increase to the building inspections under the revenues, under the expenses, is basically just the cost of living increase, as well as a casual building inspector that we have been coming in for coverage when people go on holidays and things. And then, of course, there's the community sustainability planning transfer of $100,000 over to the RCCS for that framework, the social and community development framework. So in terms of the increase in the budget, in terms of the new building inspector, there's $103,000 is the sort of annual salary of the building inspector, but we won't actually get this building inspector in-house until the end of April at the earliest. So that $103,000 then comes about $69,000. You then minus the casual, the hiring of a casual building inspector throughout the year, which is another $30,000. So you get to see pretty quickly, you're getting down to, and when you look at the large increase in building permit fees that we're looking to collect, this position will be more than covered in those kinds of savings. And is a much needed person in order to provide the coverage. And we've also had some issues in terms of our chief building official doing work that is union work. And so this will help bring, that into line. So with that, actually, let me just make sure. Right. So this was the, this is an item that is a capital project for the planning department. It's the transfer of $99,400 over to a affordable housing project at 1375 Piercy Avenue. This was to provide the offsite works for this particular project. And it'll be funded through the Affordable Housing Amenity Reserve. So that's it. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Mr. Marshall, for the presentation. And I'm looking around to see if there are any questions. And we have Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Marshall. And I guess part 3 of the building code refers to multifamily, commercial, and industrial. And I guess my question was, when we get to larger building projects like that, do building inspectors take care of the same things they would in a single family, or does some things get parsed off to other professionals in the industry?
Just to make sure I understand the question. So are you asking whether that part 3 inspector would also do single family?
No, I'm wondering, when you get to larger buildings, like, do they inspect the plumbing still, and do they still inspect the insulation and all those pieces? Is that why it's so important to have a part 3 building inspector?
Yeah, so the part 3 inspectors, as you say, they do the larger developments, the multifamily, institutional, commercial, industrial. Whether they are being, they're reviewing the work that's submitted by the architects and the engineers and servicing people. So yes, they would have, the applicant would have their professionals submitting the information, which would then be reviewed by the inspector. And then of course, there's the on-site inspections as various stages of the construction happen.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds like a lot more expertise involved anyways.
And Mr. Garbutt had a comment as well.
I just really appreciate Mr. Marshall's take on this. Can't stress how important it is for a community of our size to have a certified level 3 inspector because of the nature of the building form that we're currently experiencing and promoting. And so we have an excellent group of inspectors, and they do their professional development to move through that. It's quite a very great process that they go through, and it's a huge level of commitment by our inspectors to do that. But bringing on a level 3 person at this point is absolutely critical, and continue to support our built environment that the community plan is going to move us forward on. And I think there's also a great opportunity for the building department themselves, as the building code is being more modernized, implementation of the STEP code, and then requirements from our community plan on building performance. And so our chief building official, Mr. Sweeney, is a level 3 inspector. And so he has that training. It also gives him the opportunity to do some mentoring. It's interesting because building inspection is almost like it's not classified as a trade, but there's an apprenticing program that works through it, where the senior inspectors work through people and transfer some knowledge on code interpretation, customer service issues, all those kind of things. So it's a really excellent opportunity for both our chief building official and incoming level 3 inspector to just really help support the department itself, as well as the market, which is important. The building of houses is in all forms is very important for our local economy.
And Councillor Frischia Paula.
Well, I guess congratulations is in order, and I'm sorry if it sounds, like I was being too critical. I just was curious as to how much more expertise they have. So thank you.
All right, and Councillor Hillian.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to share an excerpt from a message that council members received from a citizen a few days ago. I'll just read it, and the part is very short. Dear councillors, I attended climate conversations in Cumberland this evening. One of our discussion questions was along the lines of, where do you find hope and areas of brightness in the climate crisis? One participant said that our city council, meaning Courtenay, is an area of hope and a bright light. I couldn't agree with him more. Thank you for all the hard work that you do. I'm so excited about the OCP. I think that's a sentiment that hopefully is reflected in a number of quarters in the community, because I think it's been an incredibly challenging time for us over the last several years, working through this global pandemic and all the challenges it's brought to the bridge and so many others. But our development services department has certainly been a bright light. The fact that it's continued to bring in substantial revenue, and the fact that despite all the challenges, it's moved through and completed what I think is a first-class official community plan. I think is a major accomplishment that your department and the entire city can be proud of. So thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Hillian. And I think that might be it for questions and comments. So again, thanks again, Mr. Marshall. And we'll move on to, I think, our final presentation for corporate services, and Kate O'Connell. There you go.
Thanks very much, Mayor and Council. So the Legislative and Corporate Support Services Department includes a multitude of different and unique divisions within it, including legislative services, communication, information technology, bylaw services, human resources, and land, which includes our lease and acquisition and disposition portfolios. I won't go into the details, but you can see there's quite a variety of activities that are undertaken as a central support function by these unique 6 divisions. Some of the budget drivers between 2021 to 2022 include the municipal election. So you will see it this year, or moving into this election year, as a singular, quite a substantial bump when it comes time to looking at the table further on in this presentation. One of the pieces that I want to bring to council's attention is that there'll be better financial planning around funding the election in the future, where we're going to spread those costs out over the council term and throw them into reserve. And then that way we're not having a one-time hit as will be experiencing this year. We've got the return to pre-pandemic levels, which is primarily to do with conference attendance and travel and education. And then with the new council coming on, we'll have some orientation, some expertise from external legal counsel, as well as some training on Robert's rules and some strategic planning sessions. For bylaw, this was a strategic priority. So public space regulation bylaw and the compliance bylaw. The public space regulation bylaw would look at things like the use of public parks as far as things like camping goes, but it also will include things like smoking and whether or not you're able to smoke in public locations, whatever they may be, whether they're in parks, outside, or on civic facilities or other forms of land. We also have quite a significant amount of response required to respond to urban related issues. The pandemic has been very hard on a lot of people, as we all know, and particularly challenging on those vulnerable populations that are experiencing mental health, addiction, and simultaneously homelessness. So our department is working very close with local outreach groups, and is doing our best to support that community as well as the general public. In regards to communication, we also have some strategic priorities in this area, which include putting some foundations in place in advance of having to replace our website. It is coming to end of life and is scheduled to be replaced in 2025. In order to do that, one of the pieces is to think about how we're going to be planning to communicate with the public. What are the expectations of council? What are the expectations of the public? In order to make people aware of city initiatives, policies, and perspectives. Additional to this is just a general increase in volume and demand. The world of social media is changing constantly. Instead of posting to a single platform daily, we're now repeating messages across 5 or 6 platforms on a regular basis. And that component also includes an engagement aspect as we respond to concerns and questions and comments from the public. Lastly, and definitely not insignificant, is Council's stated priority towards UNDRIP, specifically looking at providing some First Nations relations and understanding training for staff within the city itself and members of council. And then the other component of the training piece is to build capacity as we are seeing new managers emerging into those promotional opportunities as baby boomer generations continue to retire from the workforce. So in 2022, this chart table just breaks down the different drivers. So as mentioned, we have the municipal elections. This budget includes things like professional fees, workshops, advertising, and general materials as well. As mentioned before, it does look like a one-time hit that's quite significant, but that's because we haven't amortized it over the 4-year term and haven't been putting that money aside for the election date, which will change in future financial planning processes. In regard to communications and brand standards, we'll be looking for professional fees to create both the communication strategy and the standards, but are also looking to add a full-time temporary position on a 2-year term. The position will free up time of our community communications manager to engage in the creation of the strategy and the brand standard, as well as assist in dealing with some of those volume issues I stated earlier. Parks and public space regulation bylaw. We're very fortunate to bring on a contract position of bylaw manager in 2021. This was not a funded position, but money was used from various different cost savings in other areas in order to fund this essential position. And I think you've all seen the benefits of having the manager in place. The other position is actually the second bylaw officer that in 2021 was funded through the COVID Restart Funds. The proposition is that the COVID Restart Funds, or the balance of those funds, be allocated towards regularizing those positions in 2022 with a budget impact in 2023. And we do have some cost savings that I'll go into in the next slide. As mentioned, employee training includes the Indigenous awareness. For council, we have the new council orientation. The remuneration, although that is not a significant driver, and meeting support, which includes the rental of this room and all that that entails. $23,000 of the $66,000 budget increase is from a pre-pandemic return to normal. Just a little bit more about the corporate communications and the strategy. So essentially the strategy will design the plan based on feedback and input from all the various stakeholder groups, both internal and external. It creates a clear plan for communicating and public engagement, as well as identifies metrics, targets, and outcome drivers. Modernizing brand standards creates a brand consistency, creates a familiar face within the community that we are constantly doing business in. An interesting thing that you come across in the Comox Valley is that the colors of the Comox Regional District, or the Comox Valley Regional District, and the city of Courtenay are identical. So it's very hard to distinguish us from others. And in advance of creating a new website, we want to make sure we have very consistent ways of messaging and creating that brand identity within the community. As mentioned, the communication position will help deal with the volume of work and free up some time of our manager to engage in the strategy and the brand development. Corporate and legislative services accounts for 12% of the budget. This number surprised me, or this percentage surprised me. But one of the pieces to know about corporate services is that general corporate service budget of 1.1, that's a shared amount between all of us. So that includes things like some legal fees, building costs for City Hall, and they aren't necessarily specific to those five divisions that I outlined earlier. IT is another one where you have the license fees that are incurred actually and used by other various departments incorporated into that department's annual budget. The budget drivers here, we have the communication staff person as a temporary position, which accounts for about $87,000 and change. We have the brand standards as well as the communication strategy is about $78,000 in professional fees. Councillor Hillian asked the question earlier regarding the transfer out of the money from the Corporate and Legislative Services Department into the CAO. This is just the other side of that. So it's moving out of my budget and into the CAO's budget. So it's not net new and it's not net loss either. In regard to City Council, really it has to do with the meeting support costs as well as conference and travel. Although you don't all attend conferences every year, we do have to budget as if you were all attending. This is a historically underspent area. It's just you all have the ability to go, so we need to make sure we can send you there if you want to go. Regarding protective services, as you can see, we've got the bylaw enforcement side. So those are the net new positions with the offset from the COVID restart funds. And I did mention that there was a bit of a savings there. So we used to use the commissioners to enforce the downtown parking. With the addition of a second bylaw officer, as well as with the addition of some casual bylaw funding, we are now able to provide that service in-house. So that represented a $67,000 savings, resulting in just a 1.5% increase overall. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Excellent. Thanks very much for the presentation. And first up, we have Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Kate. That was really illuminating. I just had one small question, which was about the election expense. I was wondering if there'd be any thought as to sort of amortizing that over the 4 years of the term, given that we know that elections happen every 4 years, and rather than it being a big lump sum of 0.5%. I feel like this conversation has been had before.
I may have mentioned it.
Sorry, was I asleep at some point? Okay, well, we'll just leave it
The
there
answer is
then.
yes, we'll be amortizing it over the 4-year term. That way we don't have the single hit in 1 year. Excellent question. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cole Hamilton. Yeah, I think the idea of having $100,000, possibly 0.5% or more hit every time in an election year, obviously is something that I think staff have learned and are looking to make sure that we move forward. But thanks for clarifying. Councillor Moore.
I just wanted to say that it's a fact that we all experience temporary gaps during the day, and Councillor Cole Hamilton is not alone in that, and it's just happened to be made public tonight. I believe so. I might be guilty of this as well. I believe you answered this, but the website replacement, I was curious about public feedback for that. So would that be included in that communication strategy? Because we do get feedback about our website from time to time, and it would be nice to be able to tell people you're going to have an opportunity to be able to formally give that feedback. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Moran. Great question. Absolutely. So the first thing that the strategy will look at is finding out what's on everyone's wish list, both internally and externally. The form of that stakeholder engagement will be determined once we start looking at the scope of the project, as well as working with the contractors. But you can't really look at improving your communications unless you ask those folks that you're hoping to target. So they will be one of our key stakeholders to engage with, is the public, to find out what information are they lacking, how do they want to receive the information? Is it through social media, mail outs, on our city website? And basically what their interests are in general, and finding a balance about what's possible moving forward. So definitely.
And Councillor McCollum.
Thanks. I wanted to loop back to the amortization of election expenses. And not so much with regards to the election expense itself, but just in terms of the supports for council with the orientation, and we do a fair amount of or hire consultants around our strategic planning. I'm not sure exactly what the breakdown was in this year's budget, but I wonder, not for 2022, but going forward, if it would make sense to couple the election costs with the council orientation and spread that piece out as well.
Thank you very much. Those two costs are actually reported on separately. So the council strategic planning component is covered under the CAO budget, whereas the new council orientation is covered under the legislative and corporate services budget. And this is in addition to already planned training dollars. So it's just the change.
Okay, thanks.
Excellent. Thanks for clarifying that. And Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the presentation, Kate. I think that bylaw services is an area that it probably wouldn't matter what we spent, we could spend more. But I'm just wondering, given the substantial progress you've made in beefing up the department, how you're feeling about our capacity to respond in general, and whether we've had any public feedback that has maybe reflected that since we've started bringing more people on board.
Thank you, Councillor Hillian. It's interesting, just on any day, you can have those who are very happy with the work that you're undertaking and those who are still dissatisfied. We do our absolute best to provide the highest level of service we can with the capacity that we currently have. I will say the reaction or response to urban issues has been substantial and changes on a day-to-day basis depending on circumstances. So, a closure of a support service that is essential will have a corresponding impact on my bylaw team. One of the areas where we're looking to augment that work is through application for further grants. So the Strengthening Communities Grant has announced a second round in 2022. And myself and Recreation and Culture and Support Services will be looking at applying to secure funding for that, which will include increasing the casual budget for my bylaw officers if successful.
Thanks. And just as a follow-up, I'm assuming that major developments that we're looking at, such as, for example, the development of McPhee Meadows will have an impact on bylaw as well. So I'm sure that those issues come up at departmental meetings about how developments in one area of city services impact another.
It definitely does. And as those new facilities come on board, whether they're outdoor recreation or elsewhere, it's definitely something that we're looking at. The problems can range from something as small as, smoking in a park to a more of an encampment situation where there could be a safety or harm prevention strategy that needs to be applied. But we have been quite efficient in reallocating resources depending on where those surge moments are. At the same time, it's always good to plan for the future. So I appreciate the communication from the other departments so we can twin our resource increases with those other amenities.
Thanks very much.
And Mr. Garbett had a addition as well.
Thanks. Just want to, brief council in that, as you are all aware, pressure is building on the asks and requests and standards from the public. As our community has grown, we've obviously had a change in people's perception and their requirement. Ms. O'Connell's staff is updating and developing a tracking system in reporting our files. In the past, with one bylaw official, you can imagine the level of capacity and the gap that's there. A couple of things are going to come forward, as we enter a new council, is bylaw enforcement policy analysis and understanding of what the resource requirements are, in fact, to do this. We've taken an asset management approach in this organization. We also need to look at the human resource implications, I guess that's the right term, as it relates to the development of these kind of services and support services in the organization. We are well out of line with many communities that are significantly smaller than us in terms of our bylaw enforcement staff. And the days of avoiding enforcement action and detailed investigative activities are gone. And so there's a significant modernization that has to happen in our bylaw enforcement area. That'll happen over time. This is all incremental, but those are future items, and Ms. O'Connell's been working with her staff in that regard. But it's certainly something that's coming, be it tree enforcement, environmental management, general response just to physical inquiries. And so there's a lot of good work that's out there, and many municipalities have had to go this transition. Not all of the work that we do is urban issues focused, and that's where our significant gap is right now, just general issues. So stay tuned in years to come on that, but it'll be a gradual approach.
Excellent. Thanks very much. I don't see any further. Mr. Garbett.
If council didn't have any more questions, I wanted to just sort of wrap, and I wanted to highlight that through our process, we've worked very closely with council's direction since April when we had a lot of senior staff changes. What's been presented to you, as Ms. Berard had given an overview, is there's a lot of cost drivers that are there. Returning to our regularized pre-COVID activity levels represents a significant component of our budget. These are directly related to public requirements in order our core service delivery. And then where we have budget implications have been clearly highlighted related to our strategic initiatives from Council's strategic plan. This is a very modest increase. It's reflective of what other local governments are doing on Vancouver Island and other parts of British Columbia, particularly in returning to pre-COVID levels. Not all local governments reduce the way that we did in these areas. We used COVID resource funds very effectively to manage the budget down through the 2020-21 period. And ultimately, what's in front of council right now to receive consideration for approval is some really heavy lifting that was done by many, many parties. And I just wanted to say that with the absence of our full-time director of financial services, both the financial planning group with Ms. Berard and Coral did an amazing job. And then Renata Vaika, who stood in as the acting director, carried a lot of weight through this. All of our senior team worked together and their respective managers to come up with a program. I think it's been a slightly different process than this council maybe has had in their first few years of their term. We're going to continue to improve on this process. As I said, some of that financial planning software will help us. But I just wanted to really say thank you to our financial services group and how much heavy lifting that they did to respond to some really good direction from council. So with that, I just wanted to take a couple minutes to highlight the good work that's been happening in that area. So thank you.
Excellent. Thanks for that. And I think it is worth mentioning. I mean, this is a budget that's presented. It's going to go out for some feedback. But I think one of the bits of information that may have gotten hidden a little bit in your explanation there is that last year we were able to keep our tax rate significantly lower than most other municipalities. I believe it is under 2%. And again, that was as a result of really tightening our belts and reducing services as much as possible. And that had a strain on staff. And I just want to acknowledge that, even with that huge reduction last year in comparison to other municipalities, going back up to pre-COVID, we're still actually within line with many of the other municipalities across the province. And that's while we are still working towards our strategic priorities as a council. So I just want to thank staff for that very much and look forward to this discussion going forward. All right, with that, a motion was put on the floor a few hours ago, I think now by, Councillor Frisch. I don't know if anybody needs to have that reiterated. But I think Councillor Hillian.
Well, thanks, Mayor. And I just want to acknowledge that despite all of what's just been said being correct and being in agreement with, we're still going to be presenting our citizens with effectively a 5% increase in the taxes, which will have added to it increases in some of our fees and services. The regional district bill will be going up. The school district levy will probably go up. So, and people get all of these presented to them in one document. And all governments get tarred with the same brush in that regard. So I think the increase is certainly justified. It's in line with inflation. It reflects the significant increase in policing costs, among other things. But we're still going to have a substantial selling job to do to convince a significant portion of our public in that regard. And I think the key part to that is promoting the programs and services that are delivered by our staff and the value that they give to the quality of life in this community. And I hope that all of us can take that forward as we work with this budget. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hillian. And again, when you talk about police and services and by law enforcement in particular is two of the major drivers. I think that's certainly what I hear from the community where they would like to see improvement. So hopefully that's exactly what will result. And Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, I mean, just to pick up on that in terms of just the type of services that not just Courtenay, but many municipalities are now having to address in our increasingly complicated world, whether it be climate change impacts or downloading of services from higher levels of government, or trying to address the lack of services available for people who are experiencing homelessness or mental health and addiction issues. I made a few notes as we went through our presentation tonight, and not only does our RCMP costs represent almost half of what we're facing in terms of a tax increase, but we also talked about urban issue cleanup was a budgetary increase from our public works, our bathroom facility that we've now added downtown, and the security and cleaning that goes with that. We're looking at supporting social and community development through our recreation and culture department. And we've increased our fire personnel, which is directly related to the increasing number of calls, which we've heard in previous presentations is also related to more response in terms of the toxic drug supply and overdose calls that our first responders are now dealing with. And then we just finished up a conversation about the increasing need for our bylaw officers to respond to homelessness and calls from our downtown businesses in terms of needing supports from the city. So yeah, I mean, no one wants to pass on a 5% increase to their residents. But the truth is, the people that are receiving services in our community are not just homeowners. And one thing that homeowners have really benefited from over this course in the pandemic is a real increase in what their homes are now worth. And we have a lot of people in our community that are very dependent on some of these services that I've outlined that are delivered from the city that haven't been able to share in that increase in personal wealth. So just wanted to make those comments before we cast our votes.
Thanks very much, Councillor McCollum. And with that, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that passes unanimously. Thanks very much for that. And now we've got external reports and correspondence. We have the BC, actually, maybe I'll pass it over. Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Oh, I was going to move the resolution on the first piece of correspondence from the BC Farmers Market Association.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was just going to move that that the city write a letter to Minister Dix in support of ongoing funding for the Farmers Market Nutrition Coupon Program.
It's been moved and seconded. Did you want to speak to that, Councillor Cole Hamilton?
I think in many ways it speaks for itself. It's a valuable program. It's a lot of people who wouldn't otherwise have access to quality local food to access it, and also supports our farmers markets. And it strikes me as a win-win. I think we should communicate that to the province clearly.
Excellent. Thanks so much. And for those that are watching online, it is on page 189 of our agenda if you wanted to read the original letter of request. It's been moved and seconded. Any other further comments? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Morin.
Not to drag things out, but just in detail in the letter is that Courtenay residents redeemed $45,201 worth of product from local farmers, and that went directly to the folks that Councillor McCollum was just talking about, folks who are low income, and also pregnant women, so that they could have the nutrition that they need. Yeah, I just think that it's something that maybe people aren't aware of that is happening in our community. And it's also, of course, benefiting the local farmers as well economically. So I just wanted to point that out. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Councillor Moran. And seeing no further questions or comments, I'll take the vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. And next we have the Comox Valley Affordable Housing Society for a letter of support. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Well, I'll move that we also write a letter of support to the Comox Valley, sorry, I'm just looking for the Affordable Housing Society in support of the Rent Bank initiative.
Excellent. Thanks very much. It's been seconded, and Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I did hear a presentation on this at a recent meeting of the Coalition to End Homelessness. And essentially it's a provincial program that provides temporary loans to people who are at risk of eviction for not being able to pay their rent. This is the agency in the Valley that is going to work with a financial institution to try and implement this program. And it's one of the initiatives that came out of the pandemic with a concern that some people were becoming homeless simply because of temporary circumstances that made their rent payment a challenge. And it's an initiative that has been piloted in other communities, and the hope is that it can spread to the Comox Valley, among others. So I think it's certainly worthy of support. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Councillor Hillian. And I did have the opportunity to talk with Anne, the Executive Director, about this, and did recommend that letter come to Council. So I assume it would get good support here. And so the motion has been made. So all those in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thanks very much. And next we have the Comox Valley Schools Child Care Action Plan, and that will be Councillor Moran.
Proposing a lot of letters of support. So I'll move that we write a letter of support for the childcare action plan. And this is regarding, sorry, I'll just stop there. Wait for
a seconder.
Okay, thank you. This is regarding an application to get more childcare spaces, specifically at Glacier View School and Arden. And I just wanted to say that from working at Glacier View for a few years, or working out of that school, that's a really neat neighborhood that almost is like a community school. And there would be many parents waiting for the bus there. And they actually had a program called Waiting for the Bus, which was just this informal program that started up for parents of young kids at a school that was primarily for older youth. And so I think it's just really happy to see this coming forward. I think it's a great neighborhood for that. And of course, Arden as well, which I'm Arden Elementary alumni. So it is sort of near and dear to me. So I think this is, we need more childcare spaces. And I think this is a great way to show our support. Thanks.
Excellent. Thanks so much for that. And Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, I just had a question about this request. I'm certainly in support of any way we can get more childcare spaces added to our community. It doesn't outline specifically what type of support or assistance they're asking for from the city. And I just wanted to ask staff before we proceed if there's any other action that's been thought of besides a letter of support. Because the application closed back in November, so I'm not sure if a letter is what would be of assistance at this point or not.
Okay.
Thank you for the question, Councillor McCollum, and to Council. Mr. Marshall and our manager of long range planning, we just recently met with school district to just have a general dialogue on things that were happening, and they mentioned specifically that the ministry likes to see local government support for this. It was a phenomenal discussion, just to echo some of the comments that Councillor Martin was making about Glacier View, and just the real power that these could potentially have. And so agree, this started a while ago, but they just want to see that support. And given the location of the improvements, it was identified, and it was in response to some correspondence from Brenda Hooker, as well as some good discussion. So I believe with the adjustment and with childcare regulation coming under the Ministry of Education, that's supposed to land fairly recent in short order.
Yep.
They're looking for focus and support on that. So just for clarification, why we would provide this for them.
Okay, that's great. I just wanted to make sure we weren't missing another aspect there. So 100% in support of that.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Councillor McCollum. And with that, I don't see any further questions or comments. So all those in favor, any opposed? So that passes. And now we do have that late item that came in earlier. I'm going to look to Councillor Cole Hamilton, if that's all right, from Comox Guardian Watchman Program. Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So I'd like to make a motion that staff report back with options on providing funding to support the Comox Guardian Watchman Program. And this letter, sorry, I'll wait for a second.
Thanks very much.
If I may speak to it for a second, this is a program which is entirely funded at this point by the Comox First Nation, which has members of the nation protecting working to enhance and restore habitat around the Comox Valley and the core lands of the traditional territory of the Comox First Nation. And some of the examples they give are protection and enhancing the Solom River, conducting restoration work in the estuary, and enhancing habitat at Comox Lake as a few examples. This is valuable work and has been, the heavy lifting has been done by the Comox First Nation. I think it would be optimal for the city of Courtenay to provide some form of support in the long term.
Excellent. Thanks so much. And yeah, and this gives staff the capacity to go ahead and have those types of discussions. And Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council, this issue was raised at our regional CAO meeting, and then it was discussed at the KFN engagement meeting, monthly meeting we have. We can accommodate a request within the financial plan that you just endorsed. And ultimately looking at a longer term funding arrangement would be the goal of this, to have some certainty both on our financial plan as well for Comox First Nation. So we really appreciate the direction by council to explore this project. And it's my understanding that this request is going to come to all 4 local governments in the Comox Valley. And they're all in the same deliberation.
Excellent. Thanks for that. And yeah, and this the reason why the letter is late is because we met on Thursday, and I said it'd probably be a good idea if you gave us a letter sooner rather than later, since we're right in the middle of our budget deliberations. So I do appreciate council considering this tonight. Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to note that it doesn't seem like it's a huge amount of money that's being requested. The example that's being given is Campbell River, which provides $5,000 a year. So staff will obviously look at what our options are, but it strikes me that an amount in that range could come out of the Gaming Fund Council Initiatives section quite easily without much impact on the rest of our budget. But I'll look forward to hearing from staff. Thanks very much.
Yeah, and that's pretty much exactly where the conversation is, I think. So I really appreciate that comment, just so we're all kind of on the same page. All right, thanks for that discussion. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that passes. And that gets us to our Heritage Advisory Commission minutes. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Are there any errors or omissions or comments? Councillor Cole Hamilton.
I don't believe there are any errors or omissions, although I should say one error on my part is you'll note I was not at that meeting. I had a conflict with the hospital board, and I had intended to see if any other members of council were available, and neglected to send that email. So my apologies. I'll make sure I do that in future. I just thought I'd give an update from the most recent Heritage Committee meeting, which was last week. The clocks, which I think we've all been waiting eagerly for those to be completed. Just as an overall background, some of the delays were due to COVID and the inability of the group to meet. And the more recent delays have been due to illness on the part of the craftsman who's been working on the clocks themselves. And it's hoped that they'll be able to come out to the island because they're on the mainland sometime late spring or early summer, and the clocks should be installed at that point. So it'll be good to kind of close that loop.
Excellent. Thanks so much for that update. Appreciate it. If there's no objection, we'll just receive those minutes. I don't see any objections. So that's great. And moving on to reports and updates from council. So I'll just go through Council Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, just briefly, as I know it's getting late, but today I was at a meeting of the Comox Valley Substance Use Strategy, and there was an update by Sherry Dunnett, who's the member of the strategy and also part of the community action team, and she was reporting back on Bill C-261, which is we at our last meeting endorsed a letter of support. This is Gord John's bill to decriminalize the drug decriminalization bill. And the encouraging news was that it passed first reading, which is the first time any bill of this type has ever done that. The last one, which is proposed by Don Davies, did not pass first reading. And one of the notes from Gord John's system was there were positive comments from members of all parties during the discussion. So there's a feeling that this is going to move forward. The first debate is going to take place in March, and then a further one in May. I'm just wishing Mr. Gord Johns just the best of luck in moving this forward. This is historic in the fact that a decriminalization measure has passed the first vote in the House of Commons. So we'll stay tuned and hope for the best on this front.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cole Hamilton and Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, I'll try and be brief as well. We did have a Junction Community Advisory Committee meeting last week, and I will forward the minutes on to the next agenda. It hasn't been accepted yet, so I will give a quick update though, just letting you know that things have gone quite well in recent months and things have quieted down around the building. Their staffing levels, they've had challenges before, and that's up to speed. And they've also have some new residents, so they're full right now. And they're finding that some of their residents are now less complex than maybe past ones were, and that makes it a little easier to manage that part of the community. Of course, there are ongoing issues in the community like everywhere else in Courtenay around homelessness. So I'll pass those meetings on for next time.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Councillor Frisch and Councillor Hillian.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just acknowledge that last week the Sewage Commission passed the staff recommendation regarding the conveyance route, and fairly significant pieces, which I believe we briefed council on a few weeks ago. We'll look forward to a presentation from regional district staff in the coming month or two. With further detail on that major project, which is moving ahead on schedule at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councillor McCollum. Okay. And Councillor Moran.
I submitted my report earlier, but just one item around the water committee. We had a meeting last week, the CVRD Water Committee, and I was elected chair again. So thanks for the votes from maybe somebody here, I don't know. But just segueing into the voting structure and weighted voting was brought up at that meeting. Some of the other directors would really like to see a change to that, and the mayor was at that meeting as well. And you know, it's a very complex issue. I think there's comments about Courtenay uses a lot of water, doesn't have the best record for conservation. So why does Courtenay receive more votes at the table? But it's a lot more complex than that. As we know, Councillor McCollum brought up some good points about the large institutional uses of water that we have in Courtenay that other communities don't have, et cetera. So yeah, just pleased to be back, hopefully for the remainder of the term, to look at what we can do around those issues and watershed protection, et cetera. So thanks for that.
Thanks, Councillor Moore, and congratulations again on being elected. One of the directors also talked about around that fairness. And so I did point out that some of the water that goes to the town of Comox passes through Courtney and through our transmission system, that we actually pay for all the operation, maintenance, and leakage that happens. And so in part of this fairness thing of looking at that, and regional district staff said that is still something that is on the horizon, that they'll be working with the City of Courtney staff to recognize and potentially fix those kinds of things. But just as a reminder that basically the City of Courtney is paying a premium for Comox. So, but a couple other things. I just want to comment on Friday night. There was the IANA fundraiser, again, completely done virtually, and a ton of money was raised. So just big kudos out to our community for that. And then over the previous week, we had the coldest night of the week virtual walk, so people could walk in teams or on their own. And the Comox Valley goal was $150,000, and so far we've raised $181,000. So we've blown away what the goal was, and I know there's a bunch of councillors that were walking, so huge kudos to them. Also want to thank the mayor of Duncan, Michelle Staples, who we had to talk about other things on Friday, but we actually snuck in a quick little Facebook Live video to help promote the event as well. So I want to thank her for doing that. And lastly, I'll just comment, it actually came up earlier tonight with our delegation that I do meet with people on a regular basis, including today. And so the Meet the Mayor is something that certainly happens on a regular basis. And when things are important for council, I usually pass that along to you. And in this case, the email came in. I did pass it on to staff, but I did not CC council. And so that again is something where I slipped up on, and I'll be working, it was quite a while ago now, but I'll be as focused as I can, making sure that when I'm responding that it goes not just to council, but to the person who sent the email, so everybody would be in the loop. So I think that would be somewhat helpful. And with that, we'll move on to resolutions of council. Councillor Hilling.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll move that at the conclusion of the regular council meeting, council will close the meeting to the public pursuant to the following subsections of the community charter. 91G, litigation or potential litigation affecting the municipality, and 91I, the receipt of advice that is subject to solicitor client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Bylaws, we have one bylaw. Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor. I can move this. So I'll move the bylaw number 3062, a housing agreement for 1600 Riverside Lane, bylaw number 3062, 2022, receive first, second, and third reading.
All right. Any questions or comments regarding this? Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I guess I just wanted to show some appreciation for staff and the proponent at 1600 Riverside Lane for making these units available. And I did have a sort of a thought that I've probably expressed before casually, but as more of these units hopefully come into action around the city through one method or another, I think we're going to need to look at a way to manage them. And you know, when there's just a few, it might be easy, but if we are more successful in having more housing agreements or sub-market housing that aren't specifically run by a not-for-profit, we might want to look at a way to manage those in the long term. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Somewhat relevant. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thanks, Councillor Frisch, for that. And it certainly is. And it's something that the local homelessness coalition is looking at. There is going to be a BC Nonprofit Housing Association conference in Nanaimo that's coming up in May. And also working hopefully with the the Chamber of Commerce on having another employee housing symposium like we did in 2019. Because I think to your point, maybe there needs to be like a housing authority or some sort of authority that can actually manage it kind of similarly to how BC Housing deals with that type of housing. So I really appreciate that. I don't see any further questions. So all those in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. All those in favor? Any opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you.